Meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is now called to order. Chancellor Mitchell, President Hawkins, President Dovenek, President Lang, and President Rice Spearman. Will you please present your introductions and recognitions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the system, we have two recognitions. The first is James Malden, whose face is mighty large up there on that screen. James is not here today, but he will officially begin his duties as our Vice Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer for the Texas Tech University System beginning January 2nd. James is an established leader who brings a broad skill set in finance, investments, treasury, and debt management with a successful background in public service, including higher education, international transportation, and municipalities. With a career spanning more than 25 years as a proven finance and strategic organizational leader, James most recently served as Vice President of Treasury Management for the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Prior to that, he served in leadership roles with the University of North Texas System as Associate Vice Chancellor for Treasury and as the Interim Chief Financial Officer. Additionally, James has had leadership experience serving municipalities in the DFW area with the City of Cedar Hill and the City of Fort Worth. His diverse experience, his servant leadership mentality, and collaborative nature provides an expertise that is unique and will be greatly beneficial to our thriving university system. We're thrilled to have James and his family join our team, and I would encourage you to join me in welcoming him to the Texas Tech University System. Along the same lines, I really do want to thank our seven-member search committee. They did yeoman's work on this and involved participation from the universities as well as from the system administration. I also want to thank Penny Harkey. Penny has been our interim CFO since April. She's done a remarkable job. When James starts January 2nd, Penny said she would overlap a little bit, so I said that she could overlap for about a year, and then she could go back to the Health Sciences Center. But Lori Rice Spearman was not real happy about that. So I want to thank Penny and the search committee for all the work they've done. And lastly, Mr. Chairman and Regents, I want to recognize several of our institutions who were named great colleges to work for this year. For the past 15 years, the Chronicle of Higher Education has released its annual Great Colleges to Work For list. This list recognizes colleges and universities that have been successful in creating great workplace environments, and the list is designed to further research and understand the factors, dynamics, and influences that have the most impact on the organizational culture in higher education. All accredited institutions in the United States with enrollment of at least 500 are invited to participate. A total of 69 universities across the country made the final list, and only 42 were named to the honor roll. In the state of Texas, 10 institutions were named to the honor roll for this award. Of those 10 institutions, 4 were community colleges and 6 were universities. Of the 6 universities, 3 were private and 3 were public. Of the 3 public universities, all 3 were in the Texas Tech system. Those 3 universities were Angelo State University, recognized in 10 categories, Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center, recognized in 8 categories, and Texas Tech University, recognized in 7 categories. What makes this recognition so meaningful is that it's primarily based on feedback directly from faculty and staff. These universities are recognized precisely because our employees continue to see them as wonderful places to work, and they take the time to share those thoughts with the Chronicle of Higher Education. In turn, that makes these institutions far more effective in their jobs at teaching and performing research. This is an especially significant achievement considering the struggles that we've faced over the past few years with the pandemic, and I want to congratulate all our teams across the system for this achievement. So join me in congratulating them. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Chancellor. President Hawkins.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have 2 recognitions. The individual that I'm going to recognize is not able to be here, Jessica Gooch, who went to undergrad at Western Michigan University and received a BS in psychology, followed by her master's in higher education from Texas Tech University. She has worked at Texas Tech, Texas State, and Angelo State for the last 8 years in roles in residence life and student leadership, while also serving as an adjunct teacher. Most recently, she served ASU as the Director of HSI Grants and Special Projects, including overseeing the Extended Orientation Camp, RAM Roundup, Family Orientation, and First Generation Student Programming. Jessica additionally has served as a member of the Title IX team as an investigator and hearing panel member at Angelo State for the past 8 years. Jessica has now been moved to be the Director of Title IX Compliance at Angelo State University. She was also recently honored as one of San Angelo's 20 under 40 young professionals in 2022 for her work both on campus and in the community. Jessica enjoys exploring and hiking Texas state parks on the weekends with her husband Richard, who recently graduated from Angelo State last December, and her 3 elementary school children. And we are thrilled to have Jessica as our new Director of Title IX Compliance, and we join her in welcoming her to Angelo State in that position. We also want to recognize the number 2 ranked Angelo State football team who earned the top seed in the Summer Regional 4 as the field was announced just this past weekend. They received a bye for this coming Saturday, but will play the winner of Bemidji State or Winona State, and they will do that next weekend. With the top spot, the Rams will have a bye this weekend over the championship before hosting that first playoff game. The Division II championship game is slated for December 17th at McKinney ISD Stadium in McKinney, Texas. I would also add that the Rams closed out their regular season 11-0, which is the second time that's been done in the history. The last time that happened was a nationally ranked team that won in 1978. So we congratulate the Rams and Coach Jeff Gersh on a 11-0 season. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, President Hawkins. President Massachusetts.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Lewis. And I have to say, we closed out our season against that top-ranked Angelo State team, and we did okay. They won, though. It's a formidable team and one for all of us to be very proud of, especially you, President Hawkins.
Thank you.
Is that like kissing your cousin or something?
I wouldn't know about that.
I think it's like getting beat up by your cousin.
I would know about that.
So this meeting's agenda includes a recommendation for emeritus status for a faculty member and administrator who will retire from Midwestern State University this December. This individual is Dr. James Johnston. While James could not be with us today, I wanted to highlight his service to MSU and the Texas Tech University system. James served 19 years at Midwestern and retires as a professor of radiologic sciences in the Gunn College of Health Sciences and Human Services. He earned the Associate of Applied Science in Radiologic Sciences from South Plains College, the BS and MS in Radiologic Sciences from Midwestern State University, and the PhD in Health Studies at Texas Women's University. During his tenure at Midwestern, he served the Gunn College as Director of Interdisciplinary Education and Dean. James went on to serve as provost for 4 years, and then all of you know him as interim president from September 2021 until May of 2022. Dr. Johnston's commitment to Midwestern State University is evident through his many contributions to the Gunn College and the institution. He was always ready to serve when asked and is recognized as an outstanding educator, dedicated administrator, and loyal alumni of MSU. I know you will join me in wishing James the best in his future endeavors. That concludes my recognition.
Thank you, President Massachusetts. Next, President Skovenick.
Mr. Chairman, I have 5 introductions today. First, I'd like to introduce 4 new academic deans that have come to Texas Tech in recent months. Last week, we had a reception for these new deans, and I hope you'll have a chance to meet them over the coming years. Their resumes, their pedigrees are very impressive, but when they stood up and spoke last week at this event, one couldn't help but be impressed by the passion they have for this university, their vision. So I'm very pleased to introduce them to you today. First, Tasha Dupree. Tasha Dupree began serving as the Dean for the College of Arts and Sciences on June the 1st. She received her bachelor's degree in archaeology from Simon Fraser University, a master's in human biology and human kinetics from the University of Guelph, and her PhD from McMaster University. She was then a member of the faculty at Central Florida as an assistant professor and then promoted to associate and professor. Last week, I ran into some of her colleagues at an APLU meeting in Denver, and every time I see somebody from Central Florida, they say, "You really stole one of our stars." So, Tasha, we're very glad to have you here. In July, we saw two new deans come to the campus. First, I'd like to introduce Martin Camacho. Martin began as dean for the J.T. and Margaret Talkington College of Visual and Performing Arts on July 1st. He was the interim provost and vice president for academic affairs at Midwestern State University and dean of the Fane College of Fine Arts before assuming this position. He was a faculty member in the School of Music. Some of you may have been to his piano performance about a month ago. He's an extraordinary pianist, and he is also a great leader and an advocate for the students in his faculty. He's a native of Mexico City. He began his piano studies at Escuela Superior de Música. He earned a bachelor's degree in music from the Instituto Superior de Arte in Havana, Cuba, a master's degree in music from the Cleveland Institute of Music, and a doctorate from the University of Miami. And he also has a master's in business administration. He may be the only person in the College of Visual and Performing Arts with such a credential. Martin, we're very pleased to have you here.
President Skubanek, before we continue, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't make a quick comment about Dean Camacho. And I think this may say more than you can imagine about who he is and what he is about. We ran into each other at a reception at the Guadalupe Parkway Center in East Lubbock, lower socioeconomic area. Della there does a fantastic job as the director. But here's Dean Camacho at this reception passionately talking about how if he has to do it himself, he's going to come over here to this center and institute piano lessons for those who would not be able to access the instrument or the teaching, but for that. For all the good he's going to do on this campus, my sense of it is his outreach to this community is going to be profound. So thank you, Dean Camacho.
Regent Griffin, in due time, you will have an anecdotal story about each of these people of that nature. Next, I'd like to introduce Urs Peter, known as Upe Flukiger, who began his appointment as the Dean for the College of Architecture on July 1st. He earned a certificate in construction design and bachelor's degree in art from the Schule für Gestalt in Switzerland. I hope that was close to being the right pronunciation. He earned a master's degree in architecture from Virginia Tech University. He has worked with David Rockwell and Jean-Baptiste Ferrari and has designed projects such as the Dolby Theater and Windows on the World, the Sky High restaurant that was lost during 9/11. Since arriving at Texas Tech, Upe has taught more than 100 courses at undergraduate, graduate level. He's been awarded the Texas Tech Alumni Association New Faculty Award, the Professing Excellence Award, the Dr. Michael A. Jones Faculty and Staff Award, the President's Excellence in Teaching Award, and he was inducted in the Texas Tech University Teaching Academy. Upe has a great passion and love for this university, and we're very pleased that now you'll be leading the College of Architecture. And finally, I'd like to introduce the new Dean of the Honors College, Jill Hernandez. She began her appointment on September 15. She was the Dean of the College of Arts and Humanities and Professor of Philosophy at Central Washington University before coming to Tech. At Central University, she received a grant for funding faculty lines and established the first ethics lab in the Pacific Northwest. Prior to her tenure at Central, she served as the Associate Dean of Undergraduate Programs at the University of Texas at San Antonio, the Interim Associate Dean of the Honors College, and the Chair of Academic Affairs and Executive Committee for the University of Texas System Faculty Advisory Council. When Jill spoke last week, I think she said something, how does an Aggie learn to love tech? And I can tell you, she convinced everybody in that room that her passion for this university certainly supersedes any previous connection with that other school. We're thrilled to have you here, Jill. And finally, I'd like to recognize Regent Womble. Earlier this week, the Big 12 had a press release announcing the Big 12 Business Advisory Board. And the caption on that press release said, Big 12 Conference forms Business Advisory Board comprised of entrepreneurial icons and industry leaders. So Dusty, you're an icon. But there's been a lot of really wonderful developments in that Big 12 office under the leadership of our new commissioner, Brent Yormark. And this is an example of that, bringing in a group. As Chairman Lewis wrote me after that announcement went out, he said, I think he characterized this group as certainly type A's. But he thought it was such an honor to have Dusty representing us on this board. That board consists of presidents and CEOs and others from Goldman Sachs, Lowe's, Fuddruckers, the Aetna Group, Franklin Investments, and many others. But also on this board, you'll be working with Garth Brooks and Jason Brooks, and Jason Kidd. Oh, Ted wants to know if you can get his tickets to the Brook concerts. We'll talk about that later. Congratulations, Dusty, and thank you for... And that concludes my introductions.
I don't think any of the other people on that board are pointing out to their friends that I'm on the board.
You might be surprised.
You might be surprised.
Well, with that, thank you, President Skovanec. Next, Dr. Lori Rice Spearman.
I believe we have a slide that goes with this presentation to put up. On May 15th, 2022, a mass shooting occurred at Geneva Presbyterian Church in Laguna Woods, California. Only 5 parishioners suffered injuries due to the heroic acts of a gentleman named Dr. John Chang. Dr. John Chang and his brother Chris are both graduates of our medical school. Once they completed their medical training, they went out to California and completed, both of them, their residencies with Kaiser Permanente, and both practiced in this area. Dr. Chang recently was awarded the first Presidential Distinguished Award for heroism because, you see, Dr. Chang lost his life in the efforts to save other lives. We've been told by individuals who were there that day and by Elise, who came to our campus a few weeks ago and shared with us about those moments, the last moments of his life, that he did not hesitate 1 minute to save the lives of others by attacking the shooter. We can only hope as human beings, when we're faced with a crucible moment, that we have the moral compass and the courage to do the right thing. And Dr. Chang certainly did, and so we've honored him in this way. Our second recognition will come to no surprise, as those of you who know the outstanding reputation of our School of Nursing. Our School of Nursing has long been the jewel in the crown of the Texas Tech Health Sciences Center and of the system. At a time when nursing schools have succumbed to things such as nursing meal programs and churning out as many nurses as they can, our nursing school held to the philosophy that we were going to grow in a way that never, ever compromised the quality of our nursing program. That was recognized this year for the first ever #1 ranking of our school by a subjective outside group. We're not only ranked #1 in Texas, but we are now also ranked #1 in the Southwest region and #3 in the nation. We are thrilled with the leadership of Dr. Michael Evans and his team and making sure that we have quality. All of you in your communities know that our Texas Tech Health Sciences Center nurses are coveted and highly recruited. And I have been told by many hospital partners that when we have applications coming in, we always prioritize the Texas Tech School of Nursing graduates. Today with us, we have Dr. Pearl Merritt, who's our Regional Dean in Abilene. And we also have Dr. Carla Chapman, who's the Executive Associate Dean for the School of Nursing. You may recognize both of them because recently they testified in front of the state senate in what's now become a model for the state of Texas called the Abilene model, where they're building the pipeline and pathways for nurses and beyond the box thinking, and now other universities are actually replicating this program. So join me in recognizing them. And our last recognition today is a bit bittersweet for our great institution. Joining us today, we have Mr. Brent Majors. And Brent has been our Executive Associate Dean of the School of Medicine as well as CEO of our Texas Tech Physicians since 2007. And Brent will be retiring at the end of the year. And much like all of us who hold positions like this, our spouses often serve with us as well. And so Brent's spouse is with him today as part of this recognition. What I can share with you is during his 15 years as the CEO of our Texas Tech Physicians, our practice grew from $42.8 million to a recent record-breaking number of $87.5 million. We are one of the few health-related institutions in the state of Texas who have recorded year after year profits and growth in our clinics. To give you context, these clinics reach all across West Texas. There's 63 of them. And he has done an outstanding job of building a team who helps us grow and lead these clinics. Brent, thank you so much for your leadership and what you've done for our university. That concludes, please.
Dr. Spearman, if I might, I'm sorry, but Brent's a personal friend. And this is, I know, a bittersweet moment, but from an outsider looking in, here is a gentleman who, with all the personalities swirling around him, managing a group of physicians and issues that they bring every day, mostly.
Be careful.
Yeah.
I concur.
Here's a guy that did it with a calm, measured, professional, collaborative approach to what he did. It's
Absolutely.
no secret that he was successful because that's the essence of this gentleman. And I'm so proud of him. I'm proud to call him my friend, but even more proud to say that he was a difference maker in what he did, and he did it in such a fabulous way. Thank you, Brent. Enjoy your days ahead. Thank you.
And that concludes our announcements.
Thank you, Dr. Rice Spearman. And last but not least,
Chairman, I just want to recognize, I understand that while Regent Griffin was recognizing Brent Majors and what he's done, he's impugning Dr. Mitchell and myself, and well-deserved. So I have no other recognitions besides that.
There's always notable exceptions to every statement.
well, with that, thank you for all those introductions and recognitions. Next, we'll hear from our student government presidents. Trevor Bills, please present the SGA report for Angelo State University.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Regents. Today I have for you our November update. So here at Angelo State University, our student government likes to incorporate our core values into everything that we're doing. And those core values include integrity, diversity and inclusion, significance, community, and commitment, which are all incredibly important to our students and to our campus culture as well. So far this semester, we have engaged in a number of Senate events, including a team building day out at our lake house, so that all of our senators are able to work better with each other and are able to get to know each other better, to work more as a team for the good of our students. We participated in the homecoming parade and decorated a float, which was really exciting to give back to the community and celebrate with them and show our support for their enthusiasm to come out and watch the parade. And then we participated in Ram Remembrance, which is an annual event held at Angelo State University to honor the lives of our RAM family members who have passed on over the course of the past academic year, which is also very important to our commitment to our community. We approved 2 new student organizations, and then we helped celebrate a signing ceremony for some new internship programs available as a joint agreement between Angelo State and the Goodfellow Air Force Base. We saw a lot of success in our internship programs for some of our engineering students, and so now internship programs are being opened up to students from a wide variety of majors. And so we're very excited for that, and we certainly appreciate the community support there. We've also engaged in some committee events, including the Night Walk, First Up, which is an annual event where our Student Services Committee walks around campus at night, looking for areas that may need to be better lit, looking for areas that have lights that are burned out, or where we need to have some more lights installed to keep our students safe, which is incredibly important. And coming up here in a little bit, we have the blood drive, which is going to be a partnership with our Biological Honor Society at ASU. Yesterday, we had the Stress Less Fair, which is an annual event that we have going on at Angelo State University to help our students prepare for finals and help them reduce their stress levels. We were helping pass out stress balls at that event yesterday. And coming up soon, on November 29th, if any of y'all are in town, we have the annual Christmas tree lighting, which is a major community event. It's also happening on Giving Tuesday. So we receive a lot of support from the community for our RAM Family Scholarship Fund. And that is our By Students, For Students Scholarship Fund. And so every year in the spring, our student government is able to read through a lot of anonymous applications and select the 5 most qualified applicants to receive a $500 scholarship for each of them. And so we really appreciate the support that we receive at the Christmas tree lighting. And it's a big event where we can get the community engaged and celebrate the coming holiday season. We've also had a lot of success this year so far with our Rams Against Drunk Driving campaign, especially with the Decide to Ride campaign. So we have about 100 of these vouchers available every weekend, and every weekend all 100 of these vouchers are being used up. So we're preventing drunk driving in San Angelo, and it's also a great way for our students to get around in the community, not necessarily just at night after parties and things of that nature. This is a partnership with AB Distributing, our local Budweiser distributor in San Angelo, and they're generously bankrolling that for us. So we're very appreciative of our community support there as well. Our fall priority projects are continuing to be executed on. So I've been in meetings with our local transportation authority to continue looking for solutions to connecting the Ram Tram to the rest of the Concho Valley Transit Network, and we're very excited to see how everything goes in that capacity. And just recently during homecoming week, we held a large collection drive for the Ram Pantry, which is our campus food pantry to help meet student basic needs, and that was included as part of the homecoming festivities. We continue to promote Rams Against Drunk Driving every week on our social media, pushing out those voucher codes and encouraging our senators to help promote them on their own social media as well, to continue getting the word out. And we continue to support our student mental health initiatives by working with the counseling center, and the wait times have decreased dramatically. Our counseling center also recently added a self-help section to their website so that 24/7 you can receive self-help on the website, which is very helpful. We continue to improve our communication with the student body by providing information about everything that we are up to the RAM page, which is our wonderful student newspaper. We are encouraging regular communication between our senators and their department heads and their deans, the people that they represent, so we're able to get some feedback from them and how we can represent them better, as well as to inform them about the initiatives that we're working on. And we continue to promote open forum at Senate meetings so that our students are able to come and bring their questions directly to their student representatives, which is incredibly important as well. Are there any questions that I can answer for you today? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trevor. Next, Gabby Pettyjohn will please present the SGA report for Midwestern State.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Board of Regents. It's lovely to be here. My name is Gabby Pettyjohn, and I am the Midwestern State University Student Government President. Gotcha. All right, so this year we have always been dedicated to service in our community, and student government is no different. So far, we have registered more than 150 students and community members for voting in the state of Texas. We have also collected more than 80 bags of clothing for local nonprofits through clothing donation centers on campus. And we have also donated more than 100 cans of food to the Mustangs Pantry and the local food bank on Wichita Falls. This year has been a very legislation-heavy year in student government as we've looked to change a lot of things and really make improvements for the student government. So this year we have passed the E-Scooter Micromobility Act to establish micromobility scooters on campus for the future. We have also passed the Cynthia Cummings Food Insecurities Act to expand the Mustangs Pantry on campus by partnering with the food bank and adding satellite pantries for 24/7 student access for residential students. We have also passed the Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation that reaffirms and observes September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month due to the profound impact of the Hispanic Latino community at MSU Texas and their greater community. Finally, one of my most proud things that we have done through student government was pass a new student government constitution. It was approved by the SGA Senate and it was later ratified by the student body with an overwhelming majority. We incorporated the university values and principles of diversity and inclusion to the Constitution, as well as adding senators from academic colleges, the graduate schools, and making title changes for executive officers to make them more inclusive. Finally, some of our completed projects we've done this fall included the Fall President Summit, where we host all the presidents from the organizations at MSU to discuss issues and opportunities impacting their student life and how we can improve them. We've also been looking at civic engagement through our community. So we hosted a candidate forum and Donuts for Democracy, where we encourage students to get out and vote, register for voting, as well as meet their local candidates running for office. Finally, we have had a goal of creating a student bill of rights. So we have hosted a series of town halls that open listening sessions for students to provide feedback and discuss ideas, with the finished bill of rights being unveiled at the end of the semester. And finally, we've also been a part of the ongoing annual President's Picnic, the homecoming celebration, and the lovely presidential investiture welcoming President Mazachek into our MSU family, as you can see with those pictures up there. And then other than that, my administration is not just looking for changing this year, but changing for the next centennial. Thank you for this opportunity, and does anyone have any questions? All right, thank y'all.
Thank you. Austin Phillips, please present the SGA report for Texas Tech University.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to everyone. Good morning, Regents. My name is Austin Phillips. It's good to be back in person. I know that I was a little bit of away the last time we met, but I guarantee you it's a lot better to be here in West Texas than it was in Manhattan in August. But we're really excited to present our presentation today. First, I want to introduce you to our new faces of the 58th session. There on our left is a few of our senators after a Senate meeting of our 58th session. Really excited to have sworn in and had the hard work of our about 55 to 65 student senators for the past semester. They've been working on some outstanding pieces of legislation and have really pushed through some great ideas thus far, and I know that they have a lot more things in the pipeline, so really excited to update those as they come. There on the right, you'll see a few members of our first-year programs, our first-year council, our first-year leadership association. I'm really excited to have about 40 first-year students come in and gain firsthand experience and learn about SGA and represent their constituents and their ideas and bring a new, fresh perspective to SGA, which has been really, really good. So really excited to have them in and to have such outstanding, great groups of leaders that really make our SGA look great. Next, this past October, our SGA executive officers were able to travel to Lawrence, Kansas for our annual Big 12 conference. We were able to interact with and communicate with leaders across the Big 12 and their student governments to talk about issues that are prevalent not only on our campus but across the conference. We were able to see that many of the issues that we were facing on our campus were not alone. So we were able to brainstorm some ideas, share a little bit about what we're doing on our campus, and take a little bit about what they're doing on theirs. I'm really excited. After that, we were able to come back and to implement some of the things that we took away from these conversations, and really excited to see that other schools have done the same with some of the things that we've been able to accomplish here in Lubbock. The next, really excited for the Texas Tech Centennial. One thing that we're really trying to push out as a university is our goal of 1 million hours of service. As SGA, we're promoting a commitment to community service through a lot of student groups and organizations, really encourage them to be active in the community and within the Texas Tech community and the Lubbock communities. To help reach this goal, I'm really excited for our Tech to Town Day of Service that's coming this next spring. A few other projects that we're really excited about related to the Centennial Class Gift Committee, which is starting soon. I'm really excited for that, as well as the new Eyes on the Horizon Commencement Walk tradition, which will kick off this upcoming May, and hopefully is something that we're able to continue on into the future. And then a slight plug is the 64th Annual Carol of Lights on December 2nd. If you're not planning on being there, I highly encourage that you do. Very, very excited for that. I know that all the parties involved with that event have been working tirelessly, and really, really excited. One of my favorite events that I've ever been able to be a part of. And then a few initiative updates as far as what we've been doing here on campus. First off is finding a permanent home for our Intercultural Center and Hispanic and Latino Cultural Centers here on campus. We're able to find a home for those over in Doak Hall. Really excited to give students a space to not only express their own cultures, but also learn more about other cultures. And really excited. I think it's a great thing for our university and great thing for our student body. We worked alongside a lot of other organizations and entities to put on Hispanic Serving Institution Week, lots of town halls and events relating to that, as well as our Safe Night Out TTU campaign, where we go out to local bars and train their staff on identifying and handling sexual assault and potential sexual assault. So really excited to see how that grows within the next spring, as well as voter registration education. I don't know if anyone tried to go out to the Student Union building to vote on Election Day, but we constantly had a line wrapped around the corridor to attempt to vote in the Student Union. We were able to register hundreds of students to vote ahead of time and educate them on what they were voting on. So very excited about that, as well as community outreach, going out to local schools and other local entities to provide our outreach and help reach that centennial goal of 1 million hours of service. I know that I've used this graphic before, but as I said, we have a lot of other projects up in the pipeline that we're excited to continue to work on, continuing to grow. And those are our 5 core values that we're focusing on within our administration, trying to deal with issues that affect students on all levels. Trying to deal with issues that affect 41,000 students, 41,000 different Red Raiders. But with that, I wanted to thank you for allowing me to come speak today and share a little bit about what we're doing and open up for any questions.
Curiosity question. Voter registration, when you register, do you register in Lubbock County or do you register in your home?
So we were able to have our senators and a lot of our SGA members become deputized, where they were able to register students to vote wherever they resided.
Where they reside, not at school, so to speak.
Correct.
I'm just curious.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Tell me a little more about the Eyes on the Horizon commencement activity that you're proposing.
I don't want to disclose as much as we can But we're really excited. It's in the early stages of exactly what it's going to look like, but it'll be a new tradition that we're trying to kick off the night before the commencement ceremony. So I believe it'll be every May on the Thursday where we get our graduating seniors and have a kind of a walk into eyes on the horizon towards the USA and have some sort of event and speakers. Still working out all the logistical details, but really, really excited to work alongside all the parties to do that. Well, thank you all.
Thank you, Austin.
Next, Brianna Mendoza, please present your SGA report for the TTU HSC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm very excited to be here. I would like to say that as someone who has been part of the Texas Tech system as a student for almost 5.5 years now, first for undergrad at Texas Tech and now for my medical degree at TTU HSC, it makes me very happy to see schools from our system being recognized as great colleges to work for, because from a student's perspective, we truly do have the best faculty and staff. Today, I will be providing all of you with some updates regarding initiatives that TTU HSC SGA has completed, as well as those that we will have ongoing in the near future. To give all of you some background, TTU HSC SGA funds 2 student scholarships. The first is the Endowed Phonathon Scholarship, and the second is the Star Spangled Double T Scholarship. All of the money that we raise from fundraisers goes towards the Star Spangled Double T Scholarship. Our fundraising effort for the fall was a virtual 5K run walk. The registration window was in October, and the registration fee did include the race day t-shirt that you see on the right side of the screen. Now that the registration window has closed and expenses have been deducted, we raised about $1,000, which will go towards the Star Spangled Double T Scholarship for students. The race day window is between November 12th through the 19th, so we are currently accepting race time submissions. And we will have award categories for the men and women's division, as well as an honorable mention prize for best race day photo. The virtual component did allow anyone who wished to participate the opportunity to do so, and we did have participation from all of our regional campuses. We also recently hosted an institutional SGA social. This took place on November 10th across all of our regional campuses. It was called Senators and Subs. This provided students the opportunity to meet SGA senators from their programs as well as those on their campus, and it gave them the opportunity to voice any concerns or suggestions that they had for the improvement of our school. Box lunches were provided for that, to provide a little bit more of an initiative to attend. As I previously mentioned, one of the student-funded or SGA-funded student scholarships is the Endowed Phonathon Scholarship. Applications for this are currently open until December 12th. Any student who is in good academic standing is eligible to apply. Selection criteria for this include community service, involvement, leadership, and academic standing. Last year, 99 students were awarded this scholarship. Now, at the start of this year, one of our goals was to increase the SGA presence across all of our campuses, and I think we're doing a pretty good job because we have had an increase in student suggestions across all of our regional campuses and distance education. You can see the breakdown here on the screen for a total of 79 suggestions. So our SGA Executive Officer team and senators will be combing through these to see what we can do for the students. We have also had 2 congratulatory legislations passed by the Senate recently. Senate Resolution 22.25 stated the Student Senate sentiments congratulating Dr. John Norbury for the establishment of the Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation Residency Program at TTUHSC. And Student Senate Resolution 22.26 congratulated Dr. Shahart for her efforts in leading the fall medication cleanout events that take place across our regional campuses. Our spring plans do include another fundraiser. We want to try to raise as much money for student scholarships as possible. So we will be selling some t-shirts, and we wanted to be more inclusive of the students throughout this process. So we will be accepting t-shirt designs from students and SGA senators. And all funds collected from these sales will be allocated towards the Star Spangled Double T Scholarship. And then our TTUHSC SGA Awards and Installation Banquet will take place in April 21st. Does anyone have any questions for me? All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you. Georgia Blackwell, the TTUHSC El Paso SGA president, was unable to attend today's meeting. So Andre Prieto, the vice president of student wellness, will present the SGA report for TTUHSC El Paso. Mr. Prieto.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. Like you said, my name is Andre Prieto. I'm the first vice president of student wellness at TTUHSC El Paso, and I'm happy to be here with you all today. So this is going to be my report for the day. That's a picture of me. So the good old 915, that's the El Paso area code. So we'd like to celebrate on September 15th, 915 Day. It's a student to celebrate and welcome everyone back for a brand new year. And we went ahead and we gave out t-shirts and some paletas, which is Mexican popsicles, to all of the students there on campus. The next day, September 16th, that's Mexican Independence Day, and being a border city, we do like to celebrate Mexican culture as much as possible. SGA provided 400 tacos and, again, 100 paletas to all of the students there, among some other Mexican treats. We also had our white coat ceremony during the month of September as well. This is a momentous occasion for all of the students there at the healthcare center. It is the future healthcare providers in the making. I went ahead and talked to a lot of the students there who were receiving white coats, and all of them said that this was a symbol to them that this is the end of their rejection and a brand new opening to a long and rewarding career in medicine. So.
Oh, what they don't know.
Yeah. Well, we'll let them be happy for the day. And nothing brings students together like some friendly competition. We had our volleyball intramural these past few months, where a group of first-year medical students went ahead and took the trophy for the championship. So, unfortunately for the grad school, we are left out yet again with our trophy case. The Texas American Dental Association conference was held in Houston, where our dental school, the Woody L. Hunt School of Dentistry Medicine, placed second in the Quiz Bowl competition among the other 3 schools in Texas. So we're very proud of our dental school. Our SGA plans for the upcoming rest of the semester and leading into next semester includes taking headshots for our new senators. We'll, as a matter of fact, today we are hosting a Thanksgiving lunch at 12 p.m. Mountain Time, so El Paso time, where we are going to be handing out Thanksgiving lunches to the entire student body there at Texas Tech University Health Science Center El Paso. This entire month, we are hosting the Corazón de Oro Month of Service, which is where students have the opportunity throughout the entire month to volunteer at the El Pasoans Fighting Food Hunger. And we will be volunteering at the food bank there, handing out pallets of food, and it's a very good opportunity for all our students to get out there and serve their community. We will also be hosting our holiday blanket drive. As we know, in El Paso, we're not used to the cold, so any blankets that we can get out to the people is much appreciated. We had our flag football tournament last weekend, actually, where our first-year dental students, they took the championship, again, leaving the grad school out. And we have goals to revamp the food pantry there on campus as well. Thank you all very much. Is there any questions for me? All righty, thank you.
Chairman Lewis, if I may make a quick comment.
Surely.
So I just wanted to thank each of y'all for all the great work you do on campuses. It's very much appreciated and something, in addition to all of the great work you're doing, we're actually underway currently recruiting the new student regent. I know only a few months into the job and they're already trying to replace me. But they've been doing a phenomenal job helping in that department as well, and under the guidance of Kano McQuinney and Scott Lacefield, we've actually introduced a new phase of the process in which the current student regent has a chance to virtually meet and answer questions for interested applicants, hopefully helping them be more well-prepared and well-informed for the process ahead, and hopefully that's something that we can continue to do in years ahead. So thank you all for your help. Continue the great work.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd like to reiterate, thank you for taking your time and interest in presentation to inform us directly what's going on, because at the end of the day, it's about the students, and we appreciate that very much. The meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess. The meeting of the Board will reconvene today after adjournment of the last committee meeting. We will now continue with committee meetings. All regents serve as voting members on every committee, and each committee has its own chair and vice chair. The student regent serves as a member of the ACS committee and, as mandated by state law, is a non-voting member of the board. Actions resulting on the items from each committee are final and do not require additional approval by the board. We will begin with the Finance and Investments Committee. Regent Walker serves as chair, and Regent Campbell serves as vice chair of that committee. Regent Walker, please present and continue with the Finance and Investment Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Finance and Investments Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August 11th, 2022.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you. Mrs. Sloan, please present item 1.
Good morning, Regents. This item from TTU is a request that the board authorize the president or his designee to enter negotiations and execute a contract extension with Sidearm Sports. As you're aware, Sidearm operates athletics online website and also mobile applications and related services within those mobile applications. Sidearm is a wholly owned subsidiary of Learfield. On June 30th, 2017, the Board of Regents approved entering into a multimedia rights agreement with Learfield, granted through Red Raider Sports Properties. The current Sidearm contract that athletics is currently under with this, and the current contract is set to expire June 30th, 2023. The proposed contract extension will align with that multimedia rights agreement so that both expire on June 30th, 2027. Sidearm will honor the current contract pricing for another year, and then the annual fee will increase at the rates shown in the agenda item, starting at $114,000 in the 2023-2024 year, increasing $2,000 per year thereafter. In addition, there are additional services within the mobile application, and TTU will receive a percentage of gross revenue from those types of things that are done, event registration, auction revenue, and experience marketplace revenue. Are there any other questions that I could answer with respect to this item?
Is this the company that handles like our mobile ticketing? Is that part of what they do?
No, I believe that's a different thing. So if it's the web mobile application to give you announcements, reminders of upcoming events. It can link to your calendar if you download that. But I think the ticketing itself is a Pelosian. Thank you.
I didn't say that software right. So the ticketing itself comes through another platform, but then merges with your mobile app, which is this sidearm.
I think this is more the fintech division of Learfield that does sales of fundraisers and things like that.
Yeah, you can have an auction of different, jerseys or things like that on it. You can have different event registrations on there. During the game, you can pop up different marketplace things to purchase through the app.
Any other comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Second, please.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Dr. Lang?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. I'm asking the board, with the concurrence of the chancellor, to allow our university to approve a picture archiving and communications system, so-called PACS Enterprise Imaging Solution, to be purchased from AGFA Healthcare Corporation. This essentially is a library that holds all the images that we obtain with CT scans, X-rays, MRIs, sonograms, cardiology. It all needs to be maintained in a central service. Our current one is about to expire, and it was a single vendor associated with GE services. We're asking to purchase a vendor-neutral services provided through AGFA Healthcare Corporation. This was submitted in an RFP, and there were 5 different companies that submitted. This was evaluated and deemed to be the most appropriate to allow us to do that. It's coming to you because the duration of the contract is 5 years. It allows us to keep the cost constant. There's a cost to purchase the system of $1.2 million and a little over $100,000 per year to maintain it, for a total of $1.6 million. So both the cost and duration dictates that I send it to you all for approval. I'm happy to answer any questions about it.
Dr. Lane, is this a separate, is this being held in a separate capacity than our electronic medical records, or is it integrated with them?
In fact, both is true. It's integrated in the electronic medical records, so you have access to every film regardless of where it comes from. But the hardware associated with it is completely separate. So it's a separate system that integrates, and that was part of the requirements. In fact, it would integrate with us and with the hospital as well. So the hospital, we can load images from anywhere around the country that we're going to have a patient seen in our facility, enter it in there, and access it through our EMR.
So I assume it satisfies a redundancy need probably also.
Yes, sir.
And the price you're quoting is for both the hardware and the software?
Yes, sir. In fact, it's hardware, software, training, upkeep. It's got a 1-year, quote, warranty, and after the maintenance services, about $100,000 after that.
Any other questions? Is there a motion to approve this item as presented?
So moved.
Second, please.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Dr. Lang, please continue with item 3.
Thank you again. The President, I am recommending, and with concurrence of the Chancellor, that we reallocate the almost $60 million that was provided for tuition revenue bond funding for a dental school to be able to reallocate it for a clinical science building. As you're aware, the 87th Legislature, through Senate Bill 54, issued revenue bonds to fund capital projects at each of our institutions, and we had requested that they fund a dental school. The cost of that is about 3 times the amount of money that we're provided. We did a feasibility study to say, could we even shell it out and use it, and it was determined that really wouldn't get us off the ground. But our number 2 priority was a clinical science building, which is important, because our current clinical science building was built 35 years ago when we were a regional health center. So it was 25 years before we ever became an institution. This is about the amount of money we'd requested for project number 2. So I'm asking the board to allow us to approve designating it not for the dental school, but for a clinical science building. And with that, we'll notify the Higher Education Coordinating Board and the LBB as well.
Dr. Lang, I have a quick question about that. I know that there's some controversy or pros and cons in trying to move designated dollars. Do you see any challenges in making that happen? I know it's very often hard to do.
No, thank you for that question. It's a really important question. realizing that the original request for the dental school building was $180 million. And so, as you all are aware, the TRBs, every institution received the same amount of money, which was unfortunately inadequate to meet this particular needs. But the wording in there and the understanding was that we would come in with using it appropriately, again, for what it's used for. But there was, the way it was worded, they had just asked us to inform them. They'll have ultimate approval, obviously, to do that. But there was a recognition during that time that this would be what we'd be doing.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks for asking that.
Yeah.
So this wouldn't keep you from going back in the future to request an additional 180 million or whatever that number would be for the dental school in the future?
That's correct. I mean, this will just replace a 35-year-old facility that when they built it didn't have any IT, and it's really inadequate for what we need. But we'll still need a permanent dental school building.
Sure.
In the future.
Other questions or comments?
I move for approval.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Dr. Lang, please continue with item 3. Is there any of El Paso that we haven't bought?
We'll talk about that in executive session, sir.
Okay. We'll get it, though.
I am having your home appraised, by the way. I just want to let you know.
Chairman Walker, item 3 was what we just voted on, so we're now on item 4.
Okay, I'm sorry. Item 4.
So item 4 is a request, the Chancellor recommends that the Board of Regents adopt amendments to Chapters 1 and Chapters 9 of the Regents Rules and adopt a new mission-specific investment policy statement. If you recall that we currently have 2 investment policy statements. We will go over the performance of those in just a moment on a report, but those policy statements outline the long-term investment fund and the consolidated cash pool. This third one is to authorize investment of institutional funds that would be more directed towards things that may not have as much of a financial return on those, but really help to advance the mission of the institution. It's not appropriate for those to be invested as part of either the consolidated cash pool or the long-term investment fund. And so that's what these 2 Regents rules changes plus the establishment of this new investment policy will do.
Okay, any questions?
Penny, will this also allow other types of similar investment opportunities that might not be applicable or appropriate for, say, our long-term investment fund or intermediate or whatever? Will you come back to us each time there's a new opportunity, or will this house those types of similar type investments that we want to consider?
It will house that. There are parameters that are established with maximums that can be invested per donor and per institution per fiscal year, with an aggregate total of $1 million to be invested in various strategies in the mission-driven investment fund over the lifetime for each institution. So the intent would not be to come back each time.
Okay. But it would also be within our purview to come back to you or to the committee as a whole and just say we might need to up that investment maximum also.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve that item?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion passes. Next item, please, Penny.
The next item, item 5, is actually the investment performance update that you're going to see on the screen. As I just outlined, we do have, the board has established 2 investment policies already, and those are the long-term investment fund and the consolidated cash pool. The board establishes the structure and the parameters of how those funds are invested. I would like to recognize Tim Barrett, who is here, who heads up the team that invests the long-term investment fund. We also have on the row right behind Tim Bruce with NEPC. And next to him, we've talked to the Regents about Chris Gailey. Chris is here in Lubbock. He's part of Tim Barrett's team, but is helping to facilitate some of the investments of the consolidated cash pool. So these gentlemen are here to answer any questions that you may have, but I want to give recognition that they're responsible for implementing those strategies that are outlined by the Board of Regents. So the board has outlined for our long-term investment fund that two different asset classes, a growth portfolio, which is targeted at 60%, and a stable value portfolio that is at 40%. Everybody's aware of what's going on in the markets today. But if you look at the strategies and the effect of the strategies that have been outlined, in the lower left, the growth portfolio is at a loss of 3.3% over the last 12 months. Now, for the CFOs, of course, this represents the fiscal year returns here. And then when you look at what our benchmark is, compared to that is a negative 15.9%. So we are well outperforming in this portfolio the benchmark that is established. And on the right-hand side, that you can see that for the stable value, the 40%, it's a 1.3% return compared to a 17.6% loss in for the benchmark. So that is by asset class. When you look at this in total, you will see that for the 1 year, we are down by 1.43%, but that is compared to a composite benchmark of 15.58% overall. And you can see that in the graph below. So that gives you the overview of what we have for the long-term investment fund. And I think it speaks well to the fact that the strategies that have been established by the board and implemented by Tim and his team are performing as outlined.
I think one thing I want to point out, and we talk about this in a lot of meetings, but our benchmark is a 60-40 split that is all public securities. So it's stocks and bonds, and those securities are marked to market every day. So we get a price on those every minute, there's a closing price every day. Our portfolio isn't actually like that. We have 28% or 28% of our assets are held private equity or private investments, things like that, that are marked to market at different intervals, maybe quarterly, annually, whatever it might be. So we don't always have a really good view that's apples to apples with our benchmark in terms of how our portfolio is performing. In all likelihood, a lot of those private equity assets have declined in value more than we have them marked at this point. So it can go both ways. Sometimes in up markets, they don't get marked as quickly. Sometimes in down markets, they don't. So I just think it's important that we all keep that in mind. Our equities and debt have performed basically in line with the market, essentially. So I think we're, I don't think it's fair to say we're vastly outperforming the market, but we're doing just fine. But just wanted to point that out to everybody just so that we are all aware of it.
We've actually outperformed because we're down less. But,
okay.
But as you said,
apples to apples, John, we're right there, and it's just fine. But anyway, the benchmark we're using comparing these numbers isn't exactly accurate. We dove into it in full detail in our call, and we're doing fine. The market's not great, but
we're not in a good market, but they're doing a good job.
So the benchmark overall, because of the timing, may be a little bit misleading as far as that variation, but very pleased with a negative 1.4% return for this fiscal year based on the market that we're in. Okay. We'll go to, this is the details, and I think you've all seen this, so we won't spend any time on this necessarily. This graph also, the yellow line represents the CPI plus 5%. Of course, that is a long-term trajectory that we have met over time. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down below based on, the CPI right now is unbelievable. So that's just a graphical representation over the last 20 plus years. This is the comprehensive cash pool, and the comprehensive cash pool is made up of three components: the cash and contingency segment and the non-current segment. So in the policy statement. There are investment strategies for each of these components, and this particular cash pool had a loss in the 12-month period of 5.84% for the fiscal year.
You got something I'd point out here, that this is basically our liquidity, this is our working capital, it's our checking account. And we have $1.8 billion in there, which is larger than our endowment. Just wanted people to notice that. We actually keep more in cash balances effectively than we do in the long-term invested endowment. So,
Why would we do that?
I agree, and that's a good thing to point out.
And those are strategies that we did discuss in those individual meetings that we've had with the regents about how can we balance that within to maintain and maximize investments, working with Tim Barrett, the new CFO, as he comes on board. Also, I think this is a great opportunity for us to look at the liquidity that we need to be able to maintain our bond ratings. It also is what is our cash flow analysis, and of course, we'll be working with each individual CFO on that.
Yeah, and all of us are paying attention to that large amount of cash and the return on it, because it is an enormous amount of cash that obviously getting, just basis points of improvement on that definitely helps us in terms of scholarships and other uses, so.
Might note that for the fiscal year ended August 31, that the consolidated TUS system had a budget surplus. Each component university had various degrees of that, but under our structure, state law, et cetera, it's not possible just to consolidate that, so to speak, and transfer it over to the LTIF, et cetera. It stays in operating budgets, et cetera. So I guess my primary point is that the LTIF and the CCP remain distinct, and you can't really just arbitrarily move funds from one to the other, so to speak.
And I'm wondering, John pointed this out, I think we're constrained a little bit on that cash with regard to our bond rating to support it and to give credence to it, so.
yeah, but there isn't a whole lot of clarity on exactly how much we need to keep.
Yeah, and the tail may be wagging the dog on this just a little.
And how much liquidity do we really need in the system, which is really probably a couple $100 million. And so I think this is just something we need to, I wanted everybody to be pointed out so everybody be aware of it, but it's something we need to be thinking about and looking at, because as John pointed out, just 50 additional basis points on this amount of money is, $90 million a year. So, we need to, I mean, it's real money, so, even to you.
Yeah. Oh, and you can be, everybody can be assured that we are talking about this, and I know Cody and I are very aware of it, and we talked to Tim about it, we talked to Penny about it, and this is important. We have a tendency to be very conservative, and at times, if we're ultra conservative, we're really costing our institutions money that we could otherwise use for scholarships and professorships.
Sure, and I mean, we were over the moon for the additional $50 million we got from the legislature last year, and, but you think about something like this, if we just find a little way to get a little bit more aggressive with it, it could be way more than that, and so I think we need to be looking at it.
This is also one of the items that's been discussed with the new CFO coming on. This is his background. This is one of the analysis that he's going to be working on.
Yeah.
I've talked to him about that too. Okay, any other questions?
Okay,
Any?
thank you. Going straight into this, though, is the endowments. Each November, or probably it was either in October or December previously, but in November is to provide a report on the endowments of the institution or of the Texas Tech University system. And you all are aware of the great fundraising efforts that have taken place over the last fiscal year, which some of that maintains itself in the form of endowments. Endowments, of course, are those things that are held in perpetuity to, provide that long-term growth. We saw that graph a while ago. Well, that is the purpose of that, so that we will have those funds over a long period of time. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on this, but to look at the fact that our endowment is over $1.7 billion. Not all of that is invested in the long-term investment fund, because we do have some that are funds held in trust by other entities. 5,000 separate endowment funds and 4,000 endowment reports will go out next month related to that to our donors. If you look at this particular graph, this is where you'll see where our total endowment has grown. And the black portion of the graph is related to the growth from the investment. So if you compare the 444 for last year and the 361 from this year, that's where you see that really ultimately the loss in the market loss that is impacting that. But overall, still the endowment grew from the 1.692 to the $1.736 billion. This is just a numerical representation of that, looking at fiscal year 2022 with a beginning market value, contributions to the endowments of $126.2 million, the realized and unrealized gains and losses of $9 million, and then of course we're automatically going to be paying out. So the 4.5% return that we have is that $65.1 million and the management fee on top of that. This is where you see the 1.43%. By entity, whose money, where does it belong? The largest portion of that being the Texas Tech Foundation. And then you have those entities, you have like Texas Tech University, Health Science Center. Those are endowments that are held on our books that are not at the institutional components, that are not within a foundation. And then, of course, you do see the $170 million that is the Carr Foundation and the funds held in trust that I just referenced. So all of that, though, the Texas Tech Foundation, for example, benefits multiple entities. So which entities, which of the component institutions are these endowments benefiting? Texas Tech University being 60%, the Health Science Center 15%, El Paso 9%, and ASU 14%, of course, with the Carr Foundation endowment there. MSU is at 1% of the total. This is the distributions to the components, and this is where, Regent Walker, you talked about our scholarships and things. This is that return. $65 million came back to the institutions to pay for the purpose of the endowment. There is the breakdown, 48% in scholarships. You have chairs, professorships, that sort of thing. Academic support and research are the primary. The endowment distribution of that $65 million there, TTU got $36 million, ASU 11.9, and you can see the various breakdown of those distributions. Questions on our endowment? They do tie together with the performance, the LTIP performance.
Just have one question. In our audit session, we're going to learn that there's underutilized endowment in certain areas. Is there any way to mechanize putting that back into the pool so that if they're not being utilized for reasons X, Y, and Z, we can still continue to earn money on it?
Yes, we do have a system regulation that talks about underutilized endowments and the fact that that is an option to reinvest any underutilized funding into the corpus of the endowment. So that is something that as CFOs and presidents, the presidents look at to see what is the best way to utilize that funding. Is it being held for something to be used for a long-term perspective, or can it be reinvested into the corpus?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
And
thank you.
well, just one quick question. What is an example of funds held in trust?
Funds held in trust, the best example that I have is there is an endowment that is managed by UTEMCO that was established by the state legislature to fund, it was back in the tobacco settlement days, and there was a very large endowment that was set up that is held there, invested there, and it is distributed to all health sciences centers. So that is a great example. It's allocated based on the earnings, and the distributions are allocated annually based on a formula. So that's a significant portion of it.
Right, okay.
Do you have offhand the performance of that particular fund, of that trust?
What was posted on the TIMCO website was a loss of 6.5% for the fiscal year.
Any other questions for Penny?
I don't have a question. I do want to thank you, Penny, for stepping into what was a challenging position. This is not one that is easily kind of transitioned into. The question I do have is there still a need, and this is maybe rhetorical in nature, to have an Austin office for investments versus here in Lubbock where it could create jobs and do things? I mean, we look at a number of the biggest funds in the country and really in the world, and they're relocating to more efficient or desirable places, such as, Fortress or Goldman Sachs or any of these others. Has that been considered, or should it be considered? It may be something to just ponder on for in the future.
One of the things we're looking at is save the amount of rent that we're currently paying.
Right.
We have assigned square footage for us for our government relations team that's being renovated right now in downtown Austin that we get for free. So we're going to be moving our offices there. We won't be paying rent.
Got it.
Save funds.
But we're in Austin from an investment standpoint because more than any other city in Texas, it does have, Texas teachers, which is the largest amount of money in Texas and others. And so investors come to Austin, not Dallas or Houston, and we want to be there, and we feel like that as a result, Tim and his team get more exposure than they would in any other location.
Why don't we just move them to New York City then?
Yeah.
Well, we're keeping them in Texas.
Okay.
Any other questions? Penny, I'd like to also add that thank you for doing double duty for us for so many months and doing such a good job. I mean, I don't know if everyone knows, she really has been working at 2 jobs, and she's done an excellent job, and really appreciate all that you've done. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Finance and Investments Committee.
Thank you, Regent Walker. Next up is the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee meeting. Regent Carrick Davis serves as the chair, and Regent Gordon serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Carrick Davis, please continue with the ACS committee meeting.
Thank you, Chairman. The Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the meeting held on August 11th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? All right, the motion passes. Dr. Hendrick, please begin with item number 1.
Thank you, Regent Carrick Davis. Texas Tech University is seeking approval for 2 appointments with tenure for the following faculty members. Lihu Loon is a professor and chair of our Department of Landscape Architecture in the Davis College of Agricultural Sciences and Natural Resources. Before coming to Tech, he was a tenured professor and associate dean of administration in University of Oklahoma's Christopher Gibb College of Architecture. We're also seeking approval for Dr. Jill Hernandez. She's a professor and our new dean in the Honors College. Comes most recently from Central Washington University, where she was a tenured professor of philosophy and dean of their College of Arts and Humanities. Approval of these 2 appointments would bring the number of full-time tenured faculty members at Texas Tech to 762. The percentage of tenure-track faculty awarded tenure will be 68%, representing 40.8% of all faculty at Texas Tech.
Thank you, Dr. Hendrick. Any questions or comments? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Dr. Hendrick, please proceed with item number 2.
Thank you. We're seeking the approval of for conferral of an honorary degree. The President recommends and the Chancellor concurs that the Board approve conferral of an honorary Bachelor of Science in Economics honoris causa degree to the individual noted in your packets. As required by the Regents rules and Texas Tech University Operating Policy and Procedure, an advisory committee has made this recommendation for the conferral of the degree. It comes after careful consideration of the proposed recipient's educational background, as well as their exceptional service to society and reflection on Texas Tech University.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. The motion passes. Please proceed to item number 3.
We're seeking approval for a Bachelor of Science degree with a major in Applied Personal Finance. The President recommends and Chancellor concurs that the Board approve a Bachelor of Science degree in Applied Personal Finance. This is a highly flexible degree and will prepare graduates to work in numerous consumer finance career fields, including financial service companies, private practice, education, government, and nonprofit organizations. Median pay for these careers ranges between $80,000 and $90,000. It is a faster than average growing job growth projections according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. There are 28 registered applied personal finance programs that have an applied financial counselor designation in the United States. There are 2 in Texas, one here at Texas Tech and one at Texas State. No other Texas universities offer BS degrees specific to applied personal finance. Because this proposed degree is online, we can recruit students from across Texas and the country interested in attaining the applied personal finance designation and education to better prepare them for several types of jobs, as previously mentioned.
Thank you, Dr. Hendrick. Any comments or questions? Motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you.
Hendrick. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Thank you. Next, the Audit Committee will convene. Regent Steinmetz serves as the chair and Regent Acosta serves as the vice chair of that committee. Regent Steinmetz, please begin the Audit Committee meeting.
Sure. The Audit Committee is called to order. I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August 11th, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Mrs. Turner, if you would, please present item number 1.
Good morning, thank you. Today I'm going to provide an overview of the previous year, 2022 annual report, and I'll start with a few things that are required by our standards. I periodically have to confirm to the Board of Regents and senior leadership that our office is independent from management, and we accomplish that through the direct reporting line we have to the Board of Regents through the Audit Committee. The board is the functional reporting line. I do have an administrative reporting line as well to Chancellor Mitchell. We have 17 auditors and our budget is about $1.9 million. As you can imagine, most of that is salaries and benefits. We have a number of accountability measures in place. People always wonder who audits the auditors. Well, other auditors. We had our peer review last year. That's every 3 years. And then we have a number of internal measures as well as our reporting that we do to the board, senior leadership, and various state agencies. You see below the standards that we follow. And one of the key cornerstones of the work that we do is to try to align our work with institutional strategic plans. I'm really excited about these 2 slides, and I'm not going to read anything on them to you. It's really just to show you that if you categorize the university's strategic priorities in these 5 major categories, that we are doing work across the board to try to keep up with the universities as they're moving in new and changing directions, as well as doing the cornerstone foundational work. So we are involved in the research area in certain ways. You see a long list of finance and administration. Financial matters are our bread and butter. So it's not surprising that that list would be the longest one. We also, though, are involved in work that supports student success and academic quality. We have our external auditors do most of the work related to facilities and then outreach and engagement as well. We have external audits of the various foundations and then different additional work that we do specifically with regard to IT this year supports that outreach and engagement mission. An overview of our office. We have 17 auditors, 10 of us have master's degrees. We have over 200 years of combined experience, and 3/4 of that time is with Texas Tech and its institutions. I'm really proud of that. It gives us a lot of institutional memory and institutional knowledge. Half of our staff are certified. Some people have more than one certification. I only have one, but that's okay. We have certified fraud examiners, certified internal auditors, CPAs, certified information systems auditors, certified information systems security professional, CGAP, certified government auditing professional, and then a global management accountant, a chartered global management accountant as well. And we also have individuals pursuing some of these certifications. One of our the most important aspects of our office, we have a mission, but we also have a vision. And our vision is this: we will be regarded as a valued, trusted partner by the board and the component institutions of the Texas Tech University system. We will emerge as an industry leader through innovation and contributions to the profession. Our office is recognized within the higher ed industry as a high-performing and innovative higher ed audit function. And with that, we consider there to be a responsibility to give back to the profession and to give back to our communities as well. Over half of our staff are engaged in either national, state, or local organizations that support our industry. Our national organization is the Association of College and University Auditors. Emily Knopp, who's our Angelo State Audit Director, served as a mentor for ACUA this year. Megan Graham, who came from the TTU Athletics Department Compliance Program, came to our office a few years ago. She serves on the ACUA Sideline Committee, which is an athletics-focused committee within ACUA. Teresa Jack, our Assistant Chief Audit Executive, my number 2 person, is our Texas Association of College and University Auditors. She's the secretary of that board. John Anders, who's one of our Lubbock audit managers, serves as the South Plains chapter, so the Lubbock chapter of the Texas Society of CPAs president. We also have a chapter of the Institute of Internal Auditors here in Lubbock, and we have Matt Walsh serving as the president, Jessica Wilson as the vice president, and Ryan Mankins as the membership and certification officer in that chapter. Our office has the largest staff of any offices that are represented in that chapter, so we end up carrying a pretty good load related to that to keep it going. But we think it's very important. In El Paso, Christy Escada is the president of the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. She's the founding president of that organization. In Wichita Falls, Lee Kidwell is a board member on the Wichita Falls Symphony Orchestra. Jessica Wilson is a member of the Leadership Lubbock class of 2022, and we also have board service on the Texas Tech Federal Credit Union and Covenant Health System here in Lubbock. That concludes my report for today, unless there are questions.
I really like the format that you chose. Your office does such a tremendous amount of work each year, and as I review each of the audit reports, in my mind, what strategic initiative does this support? And so it's a wonderful way of summarizing it. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kim. Are there any questions hearing that report? Hearing none, Mr. Chairman, this concludes the audit committee.
Thank you, Regent Steinmetz. Our final committee meeting today is the Facilities Committee. Regent Womble serves as the chair. Regent Griffin serves as vice chair of that committee. Regent Womble, please begin the Facilities Committee meeting.
Okay, a couple of comments. This meeting will not be as brief as the previous two. I think Billy has about 9 items and a report. I've asked him to be as concise as possible as we go through this, but we have additional details, so if anybody has anything they'd like to discuss further, we can either provide it offline or in this agenda. Yes, sir. It's also become evident to me in watching some of the politics lately, I haven't been doing a good job on reading my script, so I will attempt to do better. The Facilities Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on August 11th, 2022. Pause for approval, motion, and second.
motion to approve. Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everybody settle in, get a cup of coffee. We got a few items today. So we're starting at Angelo State University to approve the expenditures of the Car Hall renovation project for design build, stage 2 design services, and GMP for bid package 1, selective demolition and early equipment package. We first presented this project to you back in August when we were in San Angelo. Again, this is the front entrance. This building was built in 1959. And so we've started work in our phase 1 design. And so this is kind of a demolition plan. I'm not going to show you both of them, but this is the first 4, which will show you some of the walls being removed. We're removing all the plumbing, all the mechanical, all the electrical, keeping everything that we can and salvaging everything. This, as a reminder, this building will also tie into the tunnel at ASU, so we'll be utilizing those utilities. So really kind of gutting that out. So this is a nice drawing of the stacking diagram. It's an isometric view of kind of what we're doing. You'll see an A and an E up there. Those are 2 different types of units that we're looking at. And this actually came from the ASU Office of Housing and Residential Programs. They evaluated multiple potential room layouts, and this is going to maximize their occupancy and really just their needs on campus. As you're going to see that we've got some suite areas. You can see Unit E has 4 bedrooms, and they share a living area there, and then kind of the traditional residence hall room with 2 beds and a bathroom. So one of the ideas that they have on the ASU campus is some of these suites and areas can be used for camps, conferences, when they have special guests or presenters come in to campus. This is an area that they can actually hotel to, and we're going to actually have the technology where they can check in and do the door locks and everything where they can have access to those areas. This is the second floor where you're also going to see the A's and the E's, and we have a total room count, or bed count now at 73. So they ran the ROIs. The housing department did a great job on that, setting the rates and projecting the rates so they know where they're going to fall.
What kind of return do we make on these facilities when they're?
You know, I don't have the exact numbers, but I can tell you that like for what they're projecting for an academic year for the A suites, which is just the 2 beds, is $6,500 a year for those. And for the suites, the E, it's going to be closer to $7,500 a year. They're running that through, you know, I don't remember what the life cycle is on what they're calculating that to, but they have the calculation. I'd be happy to share that with you.
Noel, isn't it about a 22% return on auxiliary on housing and dining? Does that sound right? Return? Yeah, about a 22%.
The numbers we saw were double-digit kinds of returns.
So, and I have a follow-up to Dusty's question on, you know, the calculation of all of the return, et cetera, is how much of the housing cost is subsidized by the university for the use of these residents?
None of our housing is subsidized by the university. It's a self-supporting, self-sustaining entity, and we do have
Just for the recording, please. Thank you.
Student loans.
On our campus, none of our housing is subsidized by the university or tuition or other fees. It's self-supporting by the students who pay to live in those residence halls and/or camps and conferences that pay to stay in those residence halls. So it's not subsidized in any way by the rest of the university.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear about that. And then the other question I had was, Billy, would you clarify to us or just kind of define how the HERE funds from the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund, how we apply for those?
Yeah, that's some of our funds that we were given by the federal government a couple of years ago. We had $9 million. The portion of this budget that we're using HERE funds for is to redo the HVAC system. When we shut down for COVID and then we reopened and allowed some of our students to come back, we couldn't allow any students to stay in this residence hall because the heat and the air, it's central heat and air, so whatever you're breathing in the downstairs room, southeast corner, you're breathing in the top floors, the other, so we're redoing the HVAC system in the whole floor, so each unit will be independent, which is the way all of our other residence halls are currently functioning.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's the only portion we're paying for, and that's what qualifies for the funds.
Thank you.
I think with COVID and the mechanical systems and this is, we're trying to make this building healthy, where all the return air was actually coming through the doors of the rooms and going into the hallways and then back to the return air system. Regent Campbell, what I'm looking at bottom line revenue, I did have a number here, and it looks like they're projecting $67,854 revenue a year on this residence hall.
Bill, is it fair to say this is because of the redesign, an actual reduction in rooms or doors in the dorm?
Beds, yes, sir. It
Beds
is.
from the previous.
Yes, sir.
original.
They had approximately, I think, 94 beds. They're going to the 73. And I think a lot of it was they just wanted a different type of something else to offer, a different price point to offer. And I also think they wanted to utilize it for the campus and for the needs of the campus and guests coming in. Like I said, they're kind of, they call it hoteling, so they would have those areas for them. Sure.
One of the other reasons we changed the type of rooms that we had is we've had for several years a fire marshal finding on this. The way our bedrooms were done, the bedrooms were side by side with the bathroom between them, which meant that a student could get locked in the bathroom in the event of a fire and not be able to get out because of the structure of that. It's the same problem we have in our 10-story tall Concho Hall. So we were also trying to eliminate that fire marshal finding in this building when we did this.
It's a funny joke to play on your roommates, though, to lock them in the bathroom. They won't have that anymore.
Been done for years.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
Yes,
Billy,
sir.
how did you determine doing a renovation on this particular structure or facility versus demo and complete rebuild?
That's a great question. You know, the demo cost for something like this maybe run a couple $100,000 to do that, I'm assuming. But where we are cost-wise right now in our markets and our materials and our labor, it's extremely difficult to get folks actually to travel from the Metroplex areas and build. So time, material cost, it would probably cost you a couple more $1 million to demo and build that.
Okay.
So that's second floor showing the A's and the E's there. And this is in the Commons view, and it kind of shows you on the floor plan. When the original picture that I showed you from the front, this is a step up. So the first floor is actually elevated by a number of steps. And so there's no ADA access in there. So someone in a wheelchair or someone that couldn't climb stairs, there was no way into this building. And then you can see also in the Commons area, it dropped down again with stairs. So we're building ramps in there so people can use that Commons area space. It's a real nice space. It was just inaccessible. So the scope of services is to amend the design-build agreement to authorize Stage 2 design services. So that's design development, construction documents, construction administration, and then a statement of probable cost, and then accept the GMP for bid package 1, selective demolition, and early equipment packages. What we're finding in our industry right now is anytime that you're trying to order HVAC equipment or electrical equipment, some of it's a year out, and this is a one-year project. So we want to go ahead and start getting some of that stuff ordered. So we're going to go ahead and order the air handlers, the VFDs, variable frequency drives, the elevator, the controller for the elevator, and any kind of electrical gear that we need. So trying to get ahead of the curve, get our place in line at the manufacturing plants to get that coming. Project overview, complete the interior renovation of Carr Hall. It's about 21,000 gross square feet, two-story structure built in '59. The project will modernize the campus residential facility with an anticipated 73-bed count. So the renovation includes existing residence hall rooms to meet the current housing trends, lobby, office, common spaces, HVAC distribution center and controls, plumbing, electrical, switchgear, network, technology upgrades, and all the life safety systems, fire alarm, fire suppression, and an elevator, accessibility, compliance, and furniture, fixtures, and equipment. So the project budget for right now, you can see that we've got some money in there for construction. That's the equipment we're ordering, and then the design professional services moving into Stage 2 design for a revised budget of a little over $2 million. So here's a recommendation to approve expenditures of the 1.9 for a total of $2 million for the Carr Hall renovation project with an anticipated project budget of 6.8. I will say that that's going to probably go up a little bit because we're probably going to add a little bit more scope into this. There's some deferred maintenance that need to be done on this building, like the roof. We're going to punch that roof probably 20, 25 times, putting in new stacks for the exhaust for the bathrooms. So instead of doing that down the road with Cody's group, we're going to probably go ahead and do it now. And then we also looked at the windows that were in there. They're old windows. We looked at the ROI on that and the energy savings that we have in there, and now's the best time to probably do that. So we're also looking at adding that to this package in the near future. The authorize the amend the design build agreement for Stage 2 design services and accept the GMP for bid pack 1, selected demolition and early equipment packages. The total expenditure of the $2 million, which includes the previously approved $167,000, will be funded with institutional cash and higher education relief funds, the HERF funds that Angie talked about.
Any further discussion or questions?
Move for approval.
Do I have a motion to approve the item?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please
Item-
continue with item number 2.
Yes, sir. Item number 2, staying at Angelo State University. This is to authorize expenditures of the Elta Joyce Murphy Auditorium Renovation Project for Design Professional Stage 1 Design Services. There's where it is located on the campus, but a better picture is it's at the administration building, and over on the right, you can actually see the entrance into the auditorium space. And for just to kind of narrow it down, that's right below President Hawkins' office, right below it. So hopefully you won't make us work at night. But this is the existing.
You can hear them play all the time.
You can? Well, ours won't sound like music. So I just want to show the floor plans of the existing building. So this is the basement. So this is the orchestra pit down below, and it's got dressing rooms and bathrooms down there for the actors or performers. You get to the first floor plan, that's the auditorium, the stage, the mechanical room. The highlighted area is the steps coming into the facility. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that, but there's no ramp again, no ADA access there for wheelchairs or folks that can't climb the stairs. So we're going to have to be doing some work on there too. So this is the second floor. This is basically above the ceiling of the theater. It's got some support areas up there, crow's nest, that type of thing. And all of this area is going to total to about 8,200 square feet, but I'm going to talk a little bit more about what we're proposing in the scope. So this is the existing pictures of the auditorium themselves. One thing I want to point out is the floor slope in the auditorium far exceeds any kind of accessibility standards. In fact, it's a little spooky sometimes if I don't wear high heels, but Angie tells us when you're in high heels, it's very scary coming down there, and it is. So that floor will probably have to come out to make it accessible. There's no place for wheelchairs, no place for the elderly or anybody else to enter that or sit in this facility. So definitely need some upgrades there. This is the lobby, and different pictures of the lobby that would be upgraded, just freshen that up, and probably add a ticket office in there. They don't have one now. So the scope of services is to hire the design professional for Stage 1 design services and move forward through programming, schematic design, provide a statement of probable costs and project schedule. The project will provide a life safety and accessibility code review and analysis, programming, and design for the existing 8,205 square foot area. We're on a fact-finding mission with this one because the stairs we don't think are ADA compliant or even compliant with any design. There's some life safety issues that we need to get in there and fix. So we're going to do a full report on this and report it back to ASU on the findings. So there is 8,200 square foot of space. There's 400 plus seated auditorium theater with support spaces located inside the Solmeyer Administration Building that was built in 1947. Proposed renovation, you'll notice the difference. It's 5,679 square foot versus the 8,200. We don't feel with the budget that we have right now that we can probably do the actual work in the extra 2,000 square foot there, or 2,600. So what we want to do is go ahead and design all the space, get everything out of this budget that we can get, mainly focusing on the auditorium and all the accessibilities, and then it would provide ASU facilities team Cody. He would have the documents ready that in the future they could go ahead and finish the extra space that's down there. Or we'll also bid this as an ad alternate to also know the cost of that too, in case some funds come up, and let ASU decide on what they want to do. But that's the discrepancy in between the total square footage and the 5,679. And then we need to expand the building by approximately 600 square foot to accommodate additional restroom facilities for theater occupancy and accessibility. I think there's room for 2 people or something like that in each bathroom. It's way below what's needed in design. We're going to update the lobby with new finishes and lighting. Auditorium will be remodeled for accessibility compliance. Rework the auditorium's main entrance to include the new steps and a ramp. Additional electrical, mechanical, and plumbing distribution fixtures as we get into it and find out what we need. So the budget's $195,596. It's mainly, it's only for the professional services to really get in there and start doing a deep dive and working with ASU and those departments to figure out what we can afford and what we can do. And President Hawkins has a gift already that was accepted, if you want to speak about that. But so we have a construction number in mind for the naming that we have to comply with for Board of Regent rules. So approve the expenditures, $195,596, in order to provide planning and design service for the Elta Joyce Murphy Auditorium renovation project with an anticipated project budget of $6 million. Waive the use of a CM agent. That'll be handled by Cody and his team. Waive the board directed fees for landscape enhancement. Waive the board directed fees for public art, and award the design professional agreement and authorize stage 1 design services. And speaking with President Hawkins and Angie, the reason we're waiving this budget is so tight, and we need to do as much work as we can in the auditorium to get it into good standards. So the expenditures will be funded through the revenue finance system, repaid with gifts and higher education funds. Sir, that's the recommendation.
Billy, so the 2,600 we're not touching, what, is it the stage area? What are we talking about?
It's down below. It's going to be the dressing rooms, and it's going to be the restrooms that are down there. So that fits kind of perfectly right in Cody's wheelhouse with the team that he has right now, that they can go in and do that type of work. But there's actually stairs that go down I don't think are compliant and to code, so we might have to tear those out. We're going to squeeze this thing as hard as we can and get as much as we can out of the lobby and the accessibility in the auditorium, and then let the ASU team finish in the future if we don't have the funds available.
Any additional questions?
Oh, just one. President Hawkins, remind me the amount of the gift from Ms. McAfee.
It's $4 million that she gave to the university for that.
It was 4?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Anything else?
It's a total of 4, 2 from her. Excuse me, I want to
I
make
think she
sure.
had 2.3?
2.3.
2.3 from her. So that makes our construction budget at a 4.6 for the naming rights.
Mr. Chairman, I move approval.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please continue with item number 3.
Item 3, we're going to be busy at ASU. Authorize expenditures of the central plant renovation and additions project for design build stage 1 design services and pre-construction services. As a reminder, this is a design build project, so we'll have one contract with a contractor and design team. We'll work for the contractor. There's the central plant located on the campus. And this is the scope of services to execute a design-build agreement to proceed with the following. Stage 1 design services, again, programming, schematic design, statement of probable costs, project schedule, pre-con services by the contractor for project evaluation and site analysis, constructability reviews, cost control, value engineering, scheduling, and development of the GMP. The existing plant will receive new chilled water and heating water equipment. This plant runs extremely well, but a lot of this equipment is old, antiquated equipment that is not very efficient. So we're basically going in and analyzing the equipment. We're going to find out what we need to remove and what we need to replace. The guys that work in that plant are amazing, and they already have a game plan in mind. So we're going to bring the team in and do an evaluation on that, but we will be new chilled water, heating water equipment, variable speed, centrifugal chillers with chilled water pumps, gas-fired boilers, heating water pumps, condenser fluid pumps. We're going to upgrade some electrical equipment after we do that analysis and replace existing evaporative cooling towers with more efficient water and energy cooling towers. So right now, if you go inside the cooling tower and look, we're putting a lot of water down the drain to the city and having to supply it with makeup water. So it's a lot of water efficiency. In fact, in talking with Senator Perry, he grabbed me one day, and that's what he talked about was that cooling tower, and he wanted it replaced. He actually toured the plant with the ASU team. So Heard him loud and clear, and it does need to be replaced. So piping will be configured to obtain more flexibility and redundancy between the chillers, chilled water pumps, and condensing fluid pumps. We're going to replace and upgrade the building automation system. And then the necessity for a new supplemental utility plants being analyzed. The campus has grown so far to the west that we're actually having some pressure issues and flow issues as we move further down. So we've talked about putting in a little booster pump station for some of that, but we're also want to start first in the original plant, analyze that equipment. There might be some pump issues we can resolve that we'll get away from having to build an additional plant. So that's on the engineers and our team to figure out whether they need that or not. So we will look to see if we need that supplemental plant. So the budget is basically the design team and pre-con team. The beauty part about the design build is we have the contractor already on board with the design team so they can go into the plant and start their analysis right away. The budget's a little over $1 million to kick this one off. So the recommendation is to authorize initiation of the central plant renovation and additions project through the CCAP. So Dr. Lang talked about his CCAP project a while ago. So just a quick reminder, it is the old tuition revenue bonds. Senate Bill 8 actually provided the funding for it. Senate Bill 52 actually approved the projects for it. The system, total of the system was right at $300 million. Some of the processes we have to go through is if any contract we have that's going to exceed $5 million, we have to submit all of our solicitation documents to the comptroller's office, and they call it the Contract Advisory Team, CAT's what we call them, where they review all those documents before we can even put it on the street. So we have to go to those guys, put it on the street before we actually bring it to the board. They're doing those reviews.
Billy, in that case, what are the comptroller's hub goals generally?
You know, it's still 21.1 for construction, I think 23.5 for design on this. This actually, this design firm is Hub.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So that's a little bit on the CCAP. If you have any more of that, we're going to have 2 or 3 more in here as I move through the agenda. But to authorize initiation of the central plant renovation additions through the CCAP, approve expenditures of a little over $1 million in order to provide planning and stage 1 design service for the central plant renovations and additions project with an anticipated project budget of $36 million. We're going to waive the landscape, waive the board-directed fees. We will have a CM agent on this. That's why you don't see a waiver on that. We'll find somebody with a lot of mechanical background to help us on this. Award a design-build agreement and authorize stage 1 design services and pre-con services. The expenditures will be funded through the RFS, repaid with the CCAP project's legislative appropriations. That's the recommendation.
Any additional questions for Billy?
Move for approval.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please continue to item number 4.
Item number 4, moving to Midwestern State University. This is to authorize the expenditures of the Bowling Hall renovation and expansion project for design build stage 1 design services and pre-con services. This again is a design build contract. Here's the building. This was built in 1966. And I wanted just to put the current floor plans in there. So there's going to be a lot of work done in this building. This building will be occupied while we work in it. So we're going to replace all the air handling equipment, a lot of the electrical. We actually have chases in here where the air is moving through the building, and we actually have some IT and AV equipment located in the chase. So we got a lot of work to do and with an occupied building. So that's the current departmental second floor and also the third floor there. So what we're seeking your approval of today is to get a design build agreement to proceed with the following. Stage 1 design, again, programming, schematics, statement of probable costs and project schedule. Pre-con services to include project evaluation, site analysis, constructability review, cost control, value engineering, scheduling, and development of a GMP. I do want to say this one is, we do have some programming to do. They've done some studies in the past, but we're going to kind of start over from scratch a little bit and look at this. So the partial renovation is 45 to 55,000 gross square feet. and then we'll probably have a new addition of anywhere between 15 and 21 based on programming of the new space. And that's for programmatic needs in the sciences and the math departments. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go in and do a facility assessment report. So part of the designer's package is to go in and look at this building from top to bottom and do all the evaluations. We're going to evaluate all the building systems, life safety systems, the energy code, what the equipment does, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, ITAV, all the accessibility routes, and make sure that the whole building is accessible. We'll take this report, and the last bullet's basically saying we're going to summarize this report, bring it back to MSU, and then we're going to make best value decisions. We'll just have kind of a shopping cart type list of what we want to attack, because there's a lot of work that needs to be done in there. We're going to squeeze every dime out of this budget. So the project overview is a significant part of the project scope is to upgrade, replace, and retro-commission the existing mechanical, electrical, plumbing. We are going to go in, and there's a lot of exhaust valves because of the labs there. We're going to evaluate all the exhaust valves and the units themselves and make sure they're efficient. And we're going to comply with all the energy and building codes. So we're going to look additional to the recently installed partial fire sprinkler system. There's just a partial system there. We're going to probably have to come in and add a fire pump and put a new system throughout the building. Replacement or retrofit of all the air handling equipment, electrical switchgear, transformers, network system, new temperature control system for a greenhouse, and accessibility upgrades. So the budget is sitting at about $1.2 million. That's mainly for the accessibility or the assessment study we're going to do and starting to design, and also having the contractor on for pre-con services. And the recommendation, sir, is to authorize the initiation of the Bowling Hall renovation and expansion project through the CCAP, approve expenditures of $1.2 million in order to provide planning and stage 1 design services for Bowling Hall renovation and expansion project with an anticipated project budget of $38.6 million. Award a design build agreement, authorize stage 1 design service and pre-con services. Again, this is going to be funded through RFS, repaid with the CCAP legislative appropriations. That's the recommendation.
Any additional questions? Or a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion passes. Mr. Breedlove, please present item number 5.
Mr. Chairman, at Midwestern State University, we're seeking your approval for an exception to the Regent rules for the Sykes Lake dredging project. Sykes Lake is located there. It's about 21-acre site. Just above it, I'm going to say above it, which is really to the west, is the museum. And down below it, Sykes House is down past the fields there. And this is just south of Midwestern Parkway. If you've driven down Midwestern Parkway, you've seen that or gone to the museum. So this is what it looks like, top left, top right, when there's no rain in the area. Then it can be beautiful, as you see in the middle picture down there after they do get some rain. But this lake has had over 20 years of silt and settlement in this. In fact, the last time it was dredged was in 2001. And the estimate right now is to have to remove 80,000 to 100,000 cubic yards of silt in this 21-acre site. So what we're looking at, 21-acre campus lake, remove the silt. Process will help improve and preserve the ecosystem of the lake. A lot of dead plants, vegetation, there's trash in there. When walking around that, you'll see it in the silt. There is a lot of wildlife there, so it's going to help improve the water quality and the wildlife and support student and faculty research. What I want to make sure that you understand is we're not seeking approval to start or hire anybody or fund this project. In fact, MSU and our government relations teams are turning over every rock looking for funding for this. Local, state, federal, Corps of Engineers, everybody. This is going to be a team project because this water flows from the city down into Sykes Lake. So there's got to be some environmental controls upstream of this, or we're going to be right back up here in 20 years. I won't be, but 20 years trying to get the silt out of this again. So MSU and the government relation teams are really pushing this hard. What we're trying to do today is this recommendation for the exception to the Regent rules of 801.3 in order for the project to be managed by Midwestern State University Facility Services in lieu of FP&C, waive the use of the construction manager agent, waive the board directed fees for landscape, and waive the board directed fees for public art, report the project to the Board of Regents at regular meetings, and upon scope verification, available funding for the project, report this back to you guys and let you know where they are on this. So today is just a handoff to MSU to manage this.
So in essence, we're not really spending any money. We are authorizing our team to begin the process of figuring out how could we fund this and
Exactly.
how do we get all the other parties engaged in the process.
Exactly.
Any idea where they go with 100 cubic tons of silt?
You know, well, first thing they'll do, probably take it out and store it on site and de-water it and get all the moisture out of it that they can, just really to lighten it and saves you money hauling it and all. I don't know, you know, initial report done back in 2019 was about $6 million just for the dredging project. But what I don't think it had in there was enough environmental controls to go upstream. So Christina and Debbie Barrow and the MSU teams have been having conversation with the city. The city knows that it's a problem. The city knows that they're probably going to have to help a little bit. And so, yeah, I don't know when it's going to start or when all the funding's coming in because some of those federal wheels are slowly moving. But I promise you, with Christina and Martha and Debbie, they're on them.
So what entity is applying for the federal funds? Is the university applying for that, or is there some other entity that feels like they're the caretaker of this lake?
You know what's interesting when you start looking at all the entities that are involved in this, I just kind of started thinking, you know, you're going to have the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality. You're going to have the EPA. You're going to have the Corps of Engineers involved in this. You're going to have the city. You're going to have Texas Parks and Wildlife because we actually have wildlife out there. We probably have U.S. Fish and Wildlife too. So somebody's got to come in and balance all the federal, state, and local teams to do that. So I think there's going to be a lot of meetings. The president's probably going to have to twist some arms also with the city to get this going. But it's not a good spend if we don't get upstream fixed too. And there's actually a weir that divides that lake in half where they call it the north and the south. And at one time the city was going to take that weir out. The weir's supposed to keep that balance, but the weir's got so many holes in it and it won't even keep it balanced anymore and it's all clogged up. And so probably have to remove the weir in the future too.
But there is a spend, right? I mean, you said it's to get the ball rolling. There's $1.2 million spend associated with this request.
No, I don't have any money in here right now. This one is just the exception to get it over there. I said, you know, earlier they did a study back in 19 on this lake, and they were thinking 6 to 6.2 was what it was going to cost back then to get all the silt out.
Okay, so there's no, the $1,213,000 is not requested in
No,
this?
that's not on this one, no, sir.
Gotcha.
Hey, Billy, the
That's the
Texas
previous one.
Water
Got it.
Development Board may be a good source also.
Do you hear that? Yeah, she's our go-getter.
Yep.
You want to talk?
They may have funds. See, they may have funds.
Yeah.
So a little, and apologies for my voice, I came in from DC early this morning, but a little bit of the challenge around Sykes Lake is that in the past, the Corps has funded some of the dredging projects, TxDOT has been involved, and then MSU has raised some donor dollars to help dredge the lake. So we actually have language in the WRDA bill, the Water Resource Development Act in DC right now, having the Corps place this as a priority on their feasibility studies moving forward, but we're also having conversations with the city. And what we're hoping to do is try to keep some of these CCAP dollars for Bolin Hall and for facilities that actually help teach students. So we don't necessarily have to use some of the precious state dollars that MSU received to dredge the lake. We're working really closely with the Army Corps District Office in Oklahoma. The head of that office is actually an MSU grad, biology, and he knew all about Sykes Lake. So those conversations are ongoing, and then long-term, probably next FY23 on the appropriation cycle, we'll try to codify whose jurisdiction Sykes Lake is, so we're not in this weird circle of, is it federal, is it state, is it MSU, is it the city? So we'll help codify that. Billy's correct. Wichita Falls has received some significant federal funding from EPA to help fix some of the upstream waterways that's causing a lot of the silt to be deposited into Sykes Lake. So I think we're in a pretty good place. Everybody wants to help find a solution. So we're just trying to figure out what Congress is going to do on this feasibility study and then find some ways maybe moving forward we can get some federal dollars to help dredge the lake.
Thanks, Christina.
At some point in time, I think we've got to, if this is going to be successful, someone's got to take this as their own personal project and be the champion, because it's going to be really easy to pass the ball to somebody else, and you're going to turn around 18 months and all we've done is said, man, I wish we could get something done. And I'm not sure that it's our responsibility to do it, or somebody's going to have to probably personally take this on and say, I want to fix this. And what you're really asking for is Midwestern to be able to really dedicate some of their people, some of their time to work on finding a solution here.
Yes, sir.
That's awesome.
What kind of time frame do you think until you report back to us with, I mean, is this the next meeting, or is this a year from now? What's the time frame?
So I think probably within 6 months, we'll have a pretty good update. I had a meeting on Monday with Congressman Jackson trying to figure out Plan A and Plan B on, as we move forward with the continuing resolution and if we think the feasibility study is going to get in here. The Corps really wants to work with MSU. They would like to get this fixed, but a little bit of the challenge is some of the work the city is doing upstream, making sure that they get that completed before we try to dredge the lake. But we have talked about maybe taking the weir out in the short run. So I think we will have some type of an update for y'all within the next 6 months between Dr. Mazachek's conversations with the city and then what we're working with on the federal level.
I'd like to just add, this is something that's a high priority for us. You saw pictures of the lake, and it is an eyesore, and that area is beautiful, and the part that you saw is what everybody in the public sees when they drive down Midwestern Parkway. But this is something that's urgent for us to take care of. And Christina and Billy said something really important. This is something that is recurring. And we are looking for ways for this not to be recurring, meaning monies that we get from the state not being spent on something that's specifically for students versus something that creates a lake. And so we'll be working very diligently with the Corps and other leaders to be able to come up with the best solution possible, long-term solution.
Is there a solution to keep the lake full, or are we really talking about after we dredge it, we just have a deeper dry hole than what we have right now?
Esty, I don't see you looking at me, so I want to make sure that you want to answer.
I'm looking for anybody that's got an answer. I'm just trying to figure out, if we've got a dry hole and we dredge it, how do we then make sure we've got a water source that keeps it full? And I know we're talking about upstream, but we're really talking about upstream not bringing more silt down. Do we have a plan to bring more water there or retain more water in the lake?
So that's the question, because we want something that's sustainable. And I think there are a number of different plans we have that we're going to explore to make sure that we do have something that can retain water and look beautiful if that's the option that we choose.
Right. Any questions? Do I hear a motion to approve Billy's recommendation?
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion passes. Please proceed to item number 6.
Item number 6, Texas Tech University. This is to approve an exception of the Regent rules and the total project budget for the science building renovation. Just like what we did for Sykes Lake, we're seeking to move the management of this project to TTU operations. This is very similar, it's almost exactly the same as the May Board of Regent item that you approved for the biology building. There's the old science building there. This is a whole lot of deferred maintenance. These are projects that Noel and their teams have on the books that they need to do. It's going to take quite a while. So the project overview is budgeted at $16.1 million and will involve work in an occupied building with multiple contractors working under various approved contracts available to the university. The scope of work is anticipated to take 3 to 4 years. The budget includes HVAC and building controls, abate and replace some flooring, exterior building repairs, accessibility upgrades, renovate machine and technology shops, which I'll show you a picture in a minute, renovate classrooms, class labs, elevator machine room upgrades, electrical upgrades, emergency generator, and some life safety upgrades with sprinkler systems, fire alarms, and et cetera. So this will be done. You know, they have multiple ways to contract and put contractors on, but they're also going to do a lot of self-perform work. The university will on a lot of this. And it's just basically, like I said, deferred maintenance. So it's very similar to what you've already approved. If you go in that building and Regent Davis, we were talking about this building and some over there.
Looks exactly the same as when I was there in the 80s. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, it does. And so machine shop, it looks like it did when I was at school. That's a long time ago. So machine shop, class lab, there's some pictures, the restroom and hallways and classrooms. So it's in desperate need of repair, and they want to take it, since it's occupied, just a little chunk at a time over the next 3 to 4 years. So this is CCAP funded. So this is to authorize the initiation of the Science Building Renovation Project through the CCAP, approve exceptions to the Regent Rules 0801.3 in order for the project to be managed by the Texas Tech University Operations Division in lieu of FP&C, waive the use of a CM agent, they're going to do it with their own forces, waive the board-directed fee for landscape enhancement, waive public art, and report the project to the Board of Regents at regular meetings, report the project to the THECB, and to authorize a total project budget of $16.1 million for the Science Building Renovation Project. Again, expenditures will be funded through the RFS and repaid with capital or CCAP legislative appropriations.
Any additional questions for Billy on this project?
I would just add, Chairman Womble, to this, just this exercise for the rest of the board to recognize that the waiving of the construction manager agent fee, Billy, is really, I mean, you're saving the university a lot of money.
Yes,
and I
ma'am.
can tell when you're using it because we need it for the scope of the project, but I really want to commend you for that because that's some significant savings.
Yeah, kind of the thought process behind it, Regent Acosta, is if we have forces available on the campus, we use our own forces. But when we build a project like in Amarillo or Odessa that we don't have facility team members there, that's when we need to bring in the CM agent. But we are doing it at ASU just because that's a huge project with a lot of mechanical intricacies that need to be watched. So we'll bring in a specialist for that. So thank you for that.
Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Motion passes. Billy, we'll give you a break, bring up Kirby and Patrick for item number 7.
Great, thank you, Regent Wommel. On behalf of Texas Tech University Athletic Department, we're here to talk about the approval of an honorary naming for athletics, the track and field administrative offices in name of Corky Oglesby and track and field. Here's some pictures of where we're talking about. So it's in the Sports Performance Center. There's 2 pictures here to show the location where this will take place. Right there's the artist rendering of how it will look on the facility itself. I've asked Kirby to come up and talk a little bit about Corky since he's got a whole lot of background.
Thank you, Patrick. Corky Oglesby's name was synonymous with Texas Tech athletics for over 40 years. He served as an assistant basketball coach both for Bob Bass and for Gerald Myers. Some of the most entertaining recruiting stories I've ever heard were from that time period. After serving as an assistant basketball coach, he went on to become our head track and field coach for 20 seasons. And after his time as our track and field coach, he became the director of special projects for the Red Raider Club up until 2017 at the time of his death. For all the many accomplishments that Corky enjoyed and experienced, I think the number one positive thing that he did that still carries today is the relationships that he built, that he cultivated, that still provide us all memories to this very day. And his legacy continues to be a part of our successful track and field program to this very day. So we appreciate your consideration to continue Corky's legacy and recognize him by the naming of the track and field offices that will be built connected to the Sports Performance Center.
Was this an anonymous donor that wanted to name it in Corky's name, or how did we get to Corky?
There's multiple donors, Regent Womble, that have made gifts over the years in Corky's name, and those gifts are going to be dedicated to the building of this facility.
Some of that could have been hush money that they were paying to keep.
No comment.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a question, but I'd have got a comment with regard to Coach Oglesby. This was years ago. I had a conversation with him, and just to, I think, give you a flavor of his coaching depth and expertise, I said, Corky, what, give me some insight into how you coach these kids. And he says, really, Mark? He says, Mark, I keep it pretty simple. I tell them to keep turning left and get back here as fast as they can.
Oh, no.
As much as anybody that's ever been to this school, he loved this university.
Absolutely.
And it wasn't just track and field. It wasn't just what he was involved with. It wasn't basketball. He loved everything about this university. Any other discussion?
No, so the recommendation is to approve the honorary naming of the Texas Tech University Department of Athletics Track and Field Administrative Offices for Corky Oglesby. Again, there was donations that went into this, but this is an honorary naming on his behalf, so signage will specify the approved name.
Your motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Thank you very much. Back to Billy for item number 8.
All right, so we're now at the Health Sciences Center. So this is to authorize expenditures of the Laboratory Animal Resource Center. I'm going to call that LARC from here on out. Expansion project for the Design Professional Stage 1 Design Services. So this is the basement plan. This is on the Lubbock campus at HSC, and you can see at the very top Pod C and Pod B kind of splits that. Like I said, it's down in the basement. The pink color is the 12,600 square foot that we're talking about today. The blue is not in this project. The gray is the existing, no work in there. And the green, what we're going to do with the project funds that we have on this is just demo and shell that space out for some future storage there. So this is in the basement between Pod B and Pod C. So the project overview is to expand the Lubbock LARC space to meet the future needs of the HSC research community and aid in the expansion and elevation of the biomedical research at TTU HSC. Project will incorporate innovative technologies and modern built-in equipment necessary for the future needs of the principal investigators. An approximate 12,600 gross square foot expansion will create a facility with complete bio-exclusion or barrier from the existing LARC. The separation requires a decontamination room. Bulk autoclave will be installed, separating the two spaces, but allowing for sterilization and decontamination of consumables and equipment entering the new space. Existing rooms along the east side of the hallway will also be incorporated into the new space. So basically the design services, we're starting for stage 1. That's the $340,839. The recommendation, sir, is to authorize the initiation of the LARC project through, again, CCAP funds for this one, approve expenditures of $340,839 in order to provide planning and stage 1 design services for the LARC project with an anticipated project budget of $15 million. Waive the use of the CM agent. This actually, the project manager of this will actually be the facilities guys at HSC that go into those lab spaces all the time. We're going to let them handle the on-site management of that, and we'll do all the rest of the work in our office. And then we're going to waive the public art and waive the landscape enhancement and award a design professional agreement and authorize stage 1 design services. Again, the cost of this design firm is HUB also. The expenditures will be funded through the revenue finance system, repaid with capital, CCAP legislative appropriations. That's the recommendation.
I have a comment. in Houston Medical Center, tremendous research that was being done in basements there until Harvey. 58 inches of rain in one day. And it wiped out, probably decades of research because most of the animals, were destroyed. Is there anything that we can do? I know that we may never get 58 inches here in Lubbock, but at least it's got to be a consideration in thought.
A couple things. If we get 58 inches here, we need to be looking for an arc. The bigger threat out here would be tornado. And actually, it's the perfect place to have it for that.
The basement would be protecting.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It'd be the better place to have it for what would most likely hit us.
Right.
But to your point, you're spot on about, the work that goes on with these animals is everything for the folks that are doing research with it.
Yeah.
And current LARC accreditation standards, because these are accredited spaces, require us to have contingency plans in place to save as many as we can should we have fire or some type of weather event.
Okay.
And I think the basement too adds, because with the animals down there, there's no daylight, anything that can affect any of the research that's down there too. So they like to be able to control lighting and everything, so.
Dr. Ross Spearman talked about, is there connectivity with the veterinary school and this?
So this will be a sister project that will occur in Amarillo at some point as well under our master plan. The Regents may not be aware that we also provide, ironically, the vivarium services for the School of Veterinary Medicine over on our Health Sciences Center campus.
Anything else? Your motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. At long last, item number 9.
Item 9, HSC again, but we're moving to Midland now. So approve the additional project scope, budget increase, and contract amendments for the Dorothy and Todd Aaron Medical Science Building addition and renovation project on the Midland College campus for the TTU HSC School of Health Professions Physician Assistant Program. Probably the longest title we've ever had on that one. So this one is also a CCAP project. So we have the funding for this. So if you remember, we've talked about the Midland project, and you can see the red there, the new addition that we built down there, and we also did a lot of renovation work in the blue building. That was a $30 million project that you approved back in December of 2020. So what we have now is we have an additional $18.7 million by the state, that what we want to do is just continue on with the same exact design partner, which is mandated by Midland College. They are the designer on that campus. Same contractor, same CM agent that we have on this. Everyone is very pleased with phase 1 of this project, and we've checked out through the CCAP and the CAC groups that we're okay to go ahead and just amend contracts. So what we have is we have a new road that's coming in that actually aligns with the Midland College campus master plan, but the president wanted that road put in so we could bring deliveries in and our students have a way in. And like I said, it aligns with the master plan, just to kind of relieve some of the traffic that goes through the campus. The Star is a proposed new facility site. And then also we have a renovation area right there that's approximately 4,000 square foot that we were going to renovate there. So the project overview is to renovate approximately 4,000 square foot within the existing building, remodel an area with a currently utilized auditorium-style classroom to support independent study, ADA testing, and offices, while providing technology and support, telehealth education, and practicum. And then construct a new facility. The new facility will be built within the perimeter of the land lease that we have. The gross square footage will be determined through programming, and it'll also be determined, the road's the first priority. The renovation is going to be the second priority, and once we get that pricing, that'll leave us with the budget that we have remaining where we can program in the new facility. It's got one large flexible seating, divisible classroom to accommodate larger gatherings of students, provide staff and faculty offices, storage, restrooms, and public common spaces. And then there's the new road. A new roadway to be constructed from North Garfield Street to the Fox Science Building parking lot. That's right there by the softball field. So President Rice Spearman has been in conversation with the president at Midland College about this road and what it looks like and where it goes. It's 35-foot wide, it's asphalt. So they did some negotiation and worked out an agreement that this is where the road would go. Any comments on that, President? You good? So the revised budget, where the additional request is $2.5 million. That's mainly for the road construction. We want to get that started probably in January or February for a revised budget of $32.5 million. That will get to $48.7 million as we move through this project with the CCAP funds. So what we're doing is we're asking for your authorization of the additional project scope for the Dorothy and Todd Aaron Medical Science Building Addition and Renovation Project through the Capital Construction Assistant Projects. Approve the 2.5 in order to provide planning and design services for a new building. So this is our design professional that we're putting on for the new building and within the existing building and construct a new road. That'll be our contractor with an anticipated project budget of $18.7 million for an anticipated $48.7 million total project budget. Waive the board directed fees for landscape, public art, amend the design professional agreement. This is where the designer is going to come in and start with the new building construction and the existing building renovation scope, start working with our teams there. And then amend the construction managing agent. They're going to be our manager on site for the road construction to make sure the QA/QC is right. And then accept the amended guaranteed maximum price for construction of the new road. This is our contractor, so we're new road, and he's also going to provide pre-construction services for the new building and the renovation within the existing building. And then last, amend the construction manager at risk agreement for all of that. So budget increase, be funded through the revenue finance system, again, repaid with CCAP funds.
I just want to say I think this project's great, and I'm highly supportive of it. The Midland community, I spend a lot of time out there, although I live in Fort Worth. They have a huge issue with healthcare, and our health science center is the best position of anybody to help them with that problem. And so I, again, am a huge supporter of this, but would love to see us continue to expand our footprint in Midland, as we've shown in El Paso and Amarillo and other places that we can really go into communities and make a big difference. And, this is a place that really needs it. So,
thank you.
And I would just say, to follow up to Cody's comment, Dr. Spearman, can you give us a quick snapshot of how the current program is working and how I think we're at capacity? Just kind of give us an idea of what that means for just educating more physician's assistants.
So for several legislative sessions, Representative Craddock has made a commitment to growth and expansion of this physician assistant program to meet the needs around access to health care. Right now, that program sits at about 72 students. We've gone through the accreditation process to continue a gradual increase. Our goal is to get up to 100 students in that area in this facility. These funds that were given to us in the 86th legislature allowed us to begin that expansion, and this will be the ending piece, hopefully, of this expansion. We are permanent guest on the Midland College campus, and so President Steve Thomas and I, and also he worked closely with the chancellor as well, have been very committed to make sure that we don't do anything that disrupts their master plan, but also allows us to execute our mission and our vision in that area.
Excellent. Thank you.
Is the fact that this is not on our campus part of the reasons that we're waiving some of the landscape rules?
Yes, sir.
Around that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Midland needs some landscape.
Well, if you've seen the last project that we did, we spent a lot of money on landscaping out there, and we did beautify that area. So we redid all the walkways, and we redid the plaza areas, and made it really a nice site with collaborative space. So we won't ignore that, no, sir.
One of our goals for the February Board of Regents will be to take you to that campus. It's probably one of the best facilities in the nation, and let you tour and see it.
Great. I think it's easy for us to try to make a budget look better by removing public art, removing landscape, or whatever. But when you drive through campus, that money you spend on those finishing out buildings where they have the Spanish architecture and it makes an impact, and it changes the perception of what this institution of higher learning really is all about. So.
Yeah, if you look at what normal landscaping would be with just grass and sprinklers and small trees compared to when we really enhance the landscape with larger trees and rocks and granite and all that. It makes a huge difference. So, but we always have landscape money in the projects. And so we work with the component institutions to make sure that we're falling in line. We might not call it landscape enhancement funds, the 1%, but we do put money in there, a pretty good chunk for that. So,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Any other questions? Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And once again, that passes. Thank you, Billy. Would you please do your construction project report for us?
Yeah, I just want to touch on one item unless you want to look at a specific project, but I wanted to call your attention to the Public Art Collection website. This is a new website that we have created in the office, and it actually launched back in April of 2022. So Emily and her team, and we brought in some folks to come in to really revamp the website. We really didn't have our own website for this, for public art. So now this gives the ability for anybody that gets online, they can actually look up each component institution's public art here. So we put it in April of 2022, so it's ttuspublicart.com. So it's got all the campuses on there, and all the campuses also have this link too that will tie you into the public art website. Contains information about scheduling the tours, the app that we have, providing any kind of donations. We've had a little over 5,000 unique visitors. We can watch that and monitor that and find out where they're all visiting from. It's pretty cool. And then we have people from all over the U.S. and the world that have actually looked at it. So each component institution is represented there. And so when somebody comes online, they can get information about the artist and where it's located. I will not do it justice, so hopefully in the near future we can have Emily come up and do a presentation and kind of whip through the website and show you a little bit. But I just want to make you aware of that, so if you could visit that and see
Billy,
that.
if I can say something,
Yes, sir.
Emily Wilkinson and her team deserve a huge amount of credit for this. If you look at, to your point, Regent Womble, the public art that we have has received national attention for the work that they've done. And it really is something that's very unique. And as we go through and as we're looking at construction projects, when we waive public art or when we waive landscape improvements and things, it needs to be for very specific reasons, because it is something that it has added to the stature of what we do as a university substantially. And I say as a university system, because we've got public art on all of our university campuses that's just remarkable. And the people that apply to be the artists for that come from all over the globe. And so it's far-reaching, it's spectacular. I'm not an art connoisseur, so I look at some things and think, I don't know what in the world that is. But having said that, I look at other pieces and think, this is really, really something that is an incredible statement for who we are as a system. So she's done a remarkable job doing this, and we're trying to make sure that it's more visible to people as they come to visit us.
Thanks, Ted.
Yes. And we'll do a more formal rollout in the near future with the chancellor's support on that, so it's coming.
Billy, appreciate your report.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Facilities Committee.
Thank you, Regent Womble. Thank you, everyone. That concludes the business to be handled by our committees. The meeting of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System is now called to order. The Board will continue in open session and meet as a committee of the whole and meeting of the Board. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the Board meeting held August 11th, 12th, 2022?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We will now consider items as a committee of the whole, and I would like to ask the Vice Chairman to preside over the committee of the whole. Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The item for consideration is the consent agenda. Items A through P is listed on pages 1 through 32 of the agenda book, and the information agenda as listed on pages 33 to 46 of the agenda book. I'd ask the board, is there any discussion of the items in either the consent or information agendas? And let me hasten to say and remind you that if there is an item that you would like discussed in further detail or voted on separately from the consent agenda, you may at this time request that the item be moved to the committee of the whole agenda. Any requests there? Hearing none, then, Mr. Chairman, I move that the board approve the consent agenda and acknowledge its review of the information agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Mr. Griffin.
Mr. Chairman, this concludes the items to be considered by the Committee of the Whole at this time.
Thank you, Regent Griffin. Dano, please present the schedule for upcoming board meetings for 2023.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the schedule as previously published has not changed. For 2023, we will have a continuation of our new format of 4 board meetings. The first is scheduled for February 23rd through 24th as a 2-day meeting. And as a reminder, this is one of our roadshow meetings, so to speak, and it will be hosted by TTU-HSC on the Odessa campus, and we've met with that team, and I know they're planning a good event for us there. That will be followed by our May 4th through 5th board meeting back in Lubbock, then August 10th and 11th, and then wrapping up the year with a November 16th through 17th board meeting. It is anticipated that we will look into adopting meetings for the 2024 calendar year, perhaps by the May meeting of next year.
Okay. Thank you, sir. The board will now convene into executive session as authorized by sections 551071 through 074 and 076 of the Texas Government Code. If you would, Counselor, what would you guess, just as a courtesy to these people?
My best guess is about 3 hours, sir.
Okay. So we will reconvene after executive session. Thank you. The board will now reconvene in open session. Regent Griffin, please present the motions regarding the items discussed in the executive session.
Mr. Chairman, we have one motion that came out of items discussed in executive session. I move that the board authorize President Lang to conclude the negotiations and execute the necessary documents for acquisition of property in El Paso as identified in executive session under the terms and conditions set forth in executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. This time, the board will turn its attention to the election of the officers who will lead the board going forward. After the last board meeting, a nominations committee was formed to consider candidates for chair and vice chair of our board. That nominations committee consisted of Pat Gordon, Dusty Womble, and John Walker, who also served as the chair of that committee. Before proceeding with the officer elections, I call on a motion from Regent Womble.
I move that pursuant to section 01.02.9. lowercase f, Regents rule, we proceed with the election of a board chair and vice chair at this time.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Now I ask Regent Walker to present the report of the nominations committee.
Thank you, Chairman Lewis. The nomination committee was charged with presenting to the board a slate of recommended candidates for board chair and vice chair. The recommendation of the committee is that Mark Griffin be elected as chair of the board, and that Ginger Carrick Davis be elected as vice chair. Having presented this report, I move that we elect the slate of candidates as recommended.
I'll second.
Having heard the report of the nomination committee and the motion, are there any questions further from the floor? There being no further questions or any further nominations, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. If there are no further discussions with additional, I'm sorry, wrong script. Bear with me. Actually, not chairman now. Congratulations to Mark Griffin.
That's not on my script. Wait a
That's not
second.
on your script. And to Carrick Davis as vice chair. In accordance with the Regents' rules and the newly elected chair and vice chair, they take office immediately with this election. Chairman Griffin, the gavel is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Lewis. Michael, I'd like to first begin by just thanking you for your service as chairman for the past 2 years. And in front of the crowd, it looks like it goes just perfectly well. But like that duck on the water, there's a hell of a lot of paddling going on underneath, and Michael has done a lot of that. And I just commend him. This type of position is unique, I think, and typically it's a position where you are asked as opposed to campaigned for, and sometimes you want it, sometimes you don't know if it's in your best interest or not, but you follow and you honor the pleasure of the board. And Michael has been that. He's a faithful Red Raider. He is a gentleman. I think he selflessly devoted his time to this institution and made a difference, and I'm extremely grateful, Michael. And I want to give each of our outgoing members an opportunity to say some words. They may be all three reappointed. We don't know that. Because of the uncertainty, I don't want to miss that opportunity for them to express to the other members of the board and to you their perspective and their feelings on service to this grand institution. But before we do that, I also want to congratulate Ginger, and I look forward to doing what she tells me to do. And this is, it's important. And Ginger, I'd like for you to just take a moment if you want to express some words, please.
No, I wanted to say thank you for the nomination. I see the vice chair role as a support role, making sure I do keep my eye on this one, but also making sure that all of the regions are equipped to do the very difficult jobs that they need to do. So thank you for this vote, and I promise to do you proud.
This is not on the script, but I would like to just pause right now and ask Michael, John Walker, and John Steinmetz if they have words they would like to share with us, their colleagues, as well as those of you in the sitting audience.
Steinmetz is our most senior guy.
Yeah. John, we'll start with you and go back to the left, okay? Thank you.
But you clearly have the most wisdom, so I'll defer to you. Go ahead. Seriously, go ahead, Walker.
I think all of us that went to Tech have a great love for Tech, and I never really thought about being on the board, and when I did get selected to be on the board, it's been a great 9-year experience for me. I think all of us hope that during a period we're not just coming up here and sitting here and doing nothing, but that we've had an opportunity in a few ways to maybe make a positive difference in Tech and some of its component universities. And so I hope I've achieved that. I've sure enjoyed it. It's a great group of people. I don't think that anyone would have any opposition to me saying that. I think that we have a great chancellor. We have each of the presidents of our components are the best that we could possibly have, and it's been wonderful working side by side with you, and you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, John. From my own perspective, it's certainly been an honor to serve. I've kind of teased around, play on words. I'm one of the few Regents I know that has really worked to build Texas Tech, because 54 years ago, I was a common laborer on the chemistry building, literally. And my dad had gone to school here in the 1930s. My brother went here. Different other family members. I have 3 nephews, great nephews here currently enrolled. And so I care very much about the school. It's very defining for me individually, and I'm very grateful for that. But I would like to say, as chairman and the experience here, it's a large institution, and it's certainly changed a great deal over the last 100 years. And in keeping with that, what you'll realize, and most people probably have already realized, that the administration and the staff are really what cause it to happen. And no one individual can take responsibility or even take credit or take I don't know how to say it, but it takes a team is what I'm trying to convey. And it takes a coordinated, concerted, supported effort to bring good things about. And I think that good things have happened here over the last decade, predating when I got here. It's kind of like watching, not grass grow, because it's changed pretty fast, but nevertheless, it's changed for the better, not only in new schools, new endeavors, new projects, et cetera, but across the board. And I'd like to commend the other board members that have served with me, both today as well as in the prior 6 years, and the staff that I've had the privilege of working with. You could not have been better. Everybody has their own skill set, and everybody has, probably more than almost anything, a great care and concern and best efforts in regard to their service for the university. So I want to commend both the board members and the staff as well in regard to your service in my interaction with each and every one of you. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. John.
Thanks.
It's hard to believe it's been 12 years. I remember I was 32 or 33 years old and coming in, and I was by no means qualified. There were many that said that, and they were absolutely all right. I will tell you, from the day I came to Texas Tech, my father was in the military, retired from Abilene Dice, and that's when I first met West Texas people. And that's when I decided that this is where I wanted to go to school, and had an opportunity to come here, and it was an affordable place. And I know that we all have things that we're kind of passionate about in life, and I hope, if anything, people remember that because of the work that each of you do. And I remember when I worked on campus, people actually watched Board of Regents meetings, and you all make it affordable. And when Cody says, for 50 basis points we can make an extra $90 million, that's a lot of scholarships. And in a time when education is so expensive and so inaccessible to so many, I think my dad retired making $41,000 a year after 21 years in the Air Force. Texas Tech was a place that you wanted to come. And I know that when I came here and as a regent, Rick Perry told me, you know what, doesn't matter what they think. You're a regent, they're not. Vote your conscience. And I've always tried to do that. I really want to thank, not in any particular order, but I do want to thank Dr. Skuvanek. I was telling somebody the other night that I think Texas Tech is very fortunate to have a man like Dr. Skuvanek, and I'm not taking anything from any other administrator, because I genuinely believe, sir, you put the students first. I think Grace is a first-class human being. You make a dynamic team, but I actually think across the board that we have really good administrators. But we've also had really good regents. And I've had the privilege at 44 years old to watch some really incredible men and women that really all have a story. We all have a story. And, when I think about Cody, and he was talking about locking somebody in the door in the dorm room, he actually did that. And that he could do, as I pulled up to his hangar today and saw two airplanes that made up more than either one of us could ever imagine combined making. I just think that there's so many people that have made a lot out of their time at Texas Tech, and having opportunity to serve as student body president, and then in this role, I just want to genuinely say thanks to the regents that I've served with. Chancellor, you've been a steady hand. It hasn't always been easy. We've seen a lot of clown shows in 12 years. And you were the first one that called me when I got appointed. And I think that says a lot about who you are as a person. But I have no regrets. I think whoever comes into this role next will be great. And I hope that everyone up here, regardless of how popular a situation is, votes their conscience. Because like Abbott said the other day, we need people that vote the way they believe. And when David Schmidley was president and said, Gene Bender said, no, we need to raise tuition to the same level as student loan availability, that was 10 years prior to what became ultimately a financial aid crisis. And I think that sometimes talking to the students, we get these reports. Penny, just hearing from them, sometimes you can hear a lot from your clients that you never would get regardless of the number of PhDs or doctorates that you have, so or money or amount of money you make. And so I just thank you all. I want to thank Noelle Sloan. I think she's done an amazing job. She's not here, but please pass that along. And you all know how I feel, so I appreciate this time. And sorry I went long, but 12 years was a long time. I think it's a big chunk of life, and good luck to y'all. And congratulations to Mark and to Ginger.
Just a couple of words, and then we'll be done. Everyone's going to define this role, the chairman's role, a little differently. I'm surrounded by chairmen. If you're truthful with yourself, each and every one of my colleagues is a chairman in some capacity or has been. So I see my role maybe is a little differently. I see it as a role to give a voice to each and every one on this board, to encourage and somehow assist in any way for them to be the very best they can be and to bring the very best they can offer to this institution. We owe you guys nothing less than that, and I tell you that this, and we're on live TV, this is a hell of a team sitting up here. I'm telling you, they can bring things to bear. They can speak things into existence. And I've got one vote, just like they do. You're going to see a team that works together. You're going to see a team that is bent on success and performance and accountability. But you're going to see a team that finds joy in what they do. If I am successful in this role, each and every one of these guys and gals will find joy in this service. It's an honor. I don't deserve it, but we're going to do the very best we can, and I trust these people. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I would go to war with each and every one of these people on this table, and we're going to make some beautiful things happen because of you. Through you, we might cast the vision, you're casting the net. Okay? We trust you, we believe in you, and we are thrilled with the opportunity that lies ahead for what we can do together. Okay. Are there any other announcements? This board will never let me say that again, but I needed to put it on the record because they'll want to remind me from time to time, okay? Any announcements, anything else to bring before this board? Again, thank you, colleagues, John, Michael, for your good service. It's an honor. You develop bonds, you develop friendships, you develop relationships that will carry on for the rest of our lives here. And I take great pride in that. So if no other announcements, do I hear a motion to adjourn this meeting? Hearing that, the motion is granted, and the Board of Regents of Texas Tech University System stands